Check 1 2. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everyone. We kindly request that you all get seated so that we can shortly begin with today's program. We kindly urge everyone to get seated so that we can begin today's program. Thank you.
Welcome.
Ni hao.
Bienvenidos.
Добро пожаловать.
Bienvenue.
مرحبا بكم في سلطنة عمان.
Welcome to the Oman Convention and Exhibition Center. To have a pleasant experience at the OCEC, please be aware of the safety procedures in case of emergency. The center and its facilities are designed to meet international safety standards. All emergency exits are illuminated with green signs. Please take a moment and locate the nearest emergency exit to you. In case of an emergency, an alarm flashing will alert the safety team. In that case, everyone should pay attention and listen to instructions carefully. In case you discover fire in the building, please push down the fire alarm to turn on the emergency alarm. Please be calm. In case of evacuation, it will be announced in both Arabic and English. Assembly points are allocated in the green areas opposite the main halls. You are about to embark on an interesting experience at the Oman Convention and Exhibition Center. We wish you a pleasant event.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and assalamu alaikum. Welcome back to the third and final day of the ICAO Security Week 2024. I trust you found the first 2 days of the conference fruitful and inspiring. Today marks the ministerial segment of our conference, a critical day where we will hear statements of support for the draft Muscat Declaration. These statements will set the stage for gaining political momentum leading up to the triennial ICAO Assembly, solidifying our shared commitment to advancing aviation security. For today, all sessions will take place here in the Muscat Hall. As with previous days, the conference will primarily be conducted in English, but interpreters for 6 ICAO languages are available to assist. For those requiring assistance, medical rooms along with the doctor and nurses are available at the back of the hall. Please don't hesitate to reach out if needed. We would like to express our deepest gratitude to our sponsors, whose support has been instrumental in the success of this conference, our strategic partner, the Ministry of Heritage and Tourism, our gold sponsors, NACTEC and Secureport, our silver sponsor, ANQA, and our bronze sponsor, Salam Air. It is now my honor to welcome His Excellency Engineer Saeed Hamoud Al-Ma'wali, Minister of Transport, Communication and Information Technology of Oman, to deliver the opening high-level address for this important day. Your Excellency, please join us at the podium.
Morning, everybody. صباح الخير للجميع. Would like to start before this speech by asking you all to give yourselves a big hand of applause. Yesterday, IATA apparently announced that this is a bumper year for airlines. Congratulations to all of you. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معالي خوان كارلوس سالاسار، الأمين العام لمنظمة الطيران المدني الموقر، معالي سلفاتوري شيكاتونو رئيس مجلس منظمة الطيران المدني الدولي الموقر، أصحاب السمو، أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، رؤساء وفود الدول المشاركة، حضورنا الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسرني أن أرحب بكم في الاجتماع الوزاري الرفيع المستوى الذي يعقد خلال أسبوع الأمن لمنظمة الطيران المدني الدولي ICAO خلال الفترة من 9 إلى 12 ديسمبر 2024 ميلادي، والذي تستضيفه هيئة الطيران المدني بسلطنة عمان. ويطيب لي أن أعبر عن بالغ فخرنا واعتزازنا في استضافة هذا الأسبوع كأول دولة عضو تحظى بشرف ذلك، وأن هذه الاستضافة ليست فقط امتدادا لمسيرة سلطنة عمان الحافلة بالمساهمات المتميزة في قطاع الطيران المدني، بل هي أيضا شهادة عالمية على المكانة التي تحتلها السلطنة والمنطقة في تعزيز الأمن والطيران على الصعيدين الإقليمي والدولي. حضورنا الكريم، يأتي اختيار سلطنة عمان لاستضافة هذا الحدث الدولي المهم لما يعكس ثقة المجتمع الدولي في القدرات والإمكانات التنظيمية والالتزام الراسخ بقيم التعاون والتكامل العالمي، كما يعكس مستوى الشراكة الوثيقة التي تجمع سلطنة عمان بمنظمة الطيران المدني الدولي الإيكاو والدول الأعضاء في تحقيق الأهداف المشتركة لتعزيز الأمن وسلامة الطيران المدني بما يخدم حركة النقل الجوي حول العالم. إن جهود سلطنة عمان في تطوير صناعة الطيران المدني وضمان أمنه وسلامته محلياً وعالمياً حصدت ثمارها من خلال وجود ثقة دولية في قدرة وسمعة ومكانة السلطنة لتكون مركزاً ومقراً لكثير من الأنشطة والفعاليات الدولية والإقليمية، حيث تشرفت السلطنة بتحقيق نسبة مميزة في الامتثال لمتطلبات منظمة الطيران المدني الدولي للسلامة الجوية، لتحصل بذلك على نسبة 96% في التدقيق المنصرم. وهذا إنجاز غير مسبوق للسلطنة على المستوى العالمي. كما سوف يتم من خلال فعاليات هذا الأسبوع إقرار إعلان مسقط لأمن الطيران الذي يعد بمثابة تجديد وتأكيدا للالتزامات الدولية بشأن الأمن والأمن الإلكتروني خصوصا في الطيران. في الختام أتقدم إليكم أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة ورؤساء الوفود وحضورنا الكريم، ونتطلع أن تسهم المناقشات والنتائج في فعالية هذا الأسبوع إلى تحقيق إنجازات ملموسة تعزز أمن الطيران على المستوى العالم. ونجدد الترحيب بكم جميعا في مسقط في بلدكم الثاني سلطنة عمان، متمنين لكم طيب الإقامة والاستفادة. وفقكم الله، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your insightful address. It is now my honor to invite His Excellency Engineer Naif Ali Hamad Al-Abri, President of the Civil Aviation Authority of Oman, to deliver his opening high-level address. Your Excellency, please join us at the podium.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين. أما بعد، معالي إخوان كارلوس سالازار الأمين العام لمنظمة الطيران المدني الدولي، معالي سلفاتوري شاكيتانو رئيس مجلس منظمة الطيران المدني، أصحاب السمو، أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، رؤساء الوفود، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. مع اختتام هذا الأسبوع المثمر، أود أن أغتنم هذه الفرصة لأعبر عن خالص امتناننا للسيد سلفاتوري شاكيتانو رئيس مجلس منظمة الطيران المدني، والسيد خوان كارلوس سالازار الأمين العام لمنظمة الطيران المدني على قيادتهما الملهمة ودعمهما المستمر. لقد كان شرفاً كبيراً لسلطنة عمان استضافة أسبوع أمن الطيران، وهو حدث بارز في مجال أمن الطيران والأمن السبراني، ونحن ممتنون جداً للثقة التي أولتموها لنا لتنظيم هذا التجمع الهام خارج مقر المنظمة. كما أود أن أتقدم بجزيل الشكر لجميع مديري الجلسات والمتحدثين ومنسقي الورش الفنية الذين أسهمت مساهماتهم القيمة في إنجاح هذا الأسبوع بشكل استثنائي. لقد أضفت خبراتكم وتفانيكم ثراء حقيقيا على المناقشات ونتائج هذا الحدث، وأخص بالشكر الممثلين المميزين من الدول الأعضاء في الآيكيو ومجلس الآيكيو والمنظمات الدولية المشاركة وقادة الصناعة. إن مشاركتكم الفعالة تعكس التزاماً عالمياً بتعزيز قدرة الطيران المدني على مواجهة التهديدات المتطورة. كما لا ننسى شكرنا لكافة الرعاة الكرام الذين ساهموا في إنجاح هذا التنظيم الرائع لهذه النسخة من أسبوع الأمن. لقد كان هذا الأسبوع منصة متميزة خلال اليومين الماضيين لتبادل أفضل الممارسات والأفكار المبتكرة وتعزيز الحلول التعاونية لتعزيز أمن الطيران والأمن السيبراني على الصعيد العالمي. ومن هنا اسمحوا لي قبل أن نبدأ الجلسة الوزارية أن أستعرض بإيجاز بعض النقاط الرئيسية التي توصلنا إليها خلال اليومين الماضيين. محور تعزيز الاستدامة من خلال الأمن. لقد ناقشنا كيفية مساهمة الأمن في استدامة صناعة الطيران مع التركيز على أساليب مبتكرة لضمان مرونة البنية الأساسية الحيوية أمام التهديدات المتطورة. محور التعاون هو مفتاح الحل. أكدت الجلسات أن الأمن مسؤولية الجميع مع تسليط الضوء على استراتيجيات عملية لمعالجة نقاط الضعف على قطاع الطيران. محور الابتكار والتكنولوجيا. احتفلنا بال80 عاماً من الإيكاو وال50 عاماً على الملحق ال17 مع التأكيد على أهمية الابتكار والتعلم من الإنجازات السابقة لبناء مستقبل آمن للطيران. محور التصدي والتعامل مع التهديدات الجديدة. ناقش المشاركون كيفية التصدي للمخاطر الناشئة مثل الهجمات السبرانية وسوء استخدام أنظمة الطائرات بدون طيار من خلال استجابات استباقية ومنسقة. محور المبادرات العالمية لمكافحة الإرهاب. أكدنا كذلك على أهمية التنسيق بين الوكالات والتعاون الدولية لحماية السماء مع التركيز على تعزيز تنفيذ قرارات الأمم المتحدة المتعلقة بمكافحة الإرهاب. محور تمكين التنوع والشمولية. سلطت الجلسة الخاصة بالشباب بالأمس على التوازن بين الجنسين على أهمية وجهات النظر المتنوعة في أمن الطيران لضمان مستقبل أكثر شمولاً وديناميكية. محور حماية البنية التحتية الحيوية. ناقشت الجلسات أهمية تدابير مكافحة الطائرات بدون طيار والتقنيات الناشئة في الحد من المخاطر على عمليات الطيران والبنية الأساسية. إن استضافة هذا الحدث في سلطنة عمان كان مميزاً، ونحن فخورون للغاية باستقبال هذا الجمع المميز من خبراء الأمن في الطيران وأصحاب المصلحة. إن التبادلات الحية والتعاون المثمر الذي شاهدناه خلال اليومين الماضيين سيترك بلا شك أثراً دائماً. ومع ختام هذا الحدث وقبل أن نستهل الجلسة الوزارية، أود أن أشكر فريق الإيكاو المخلص والرعاة الكرام وجميع من شارك في تنظيم هذا الحدث الاستثنائي. لقد ضمنت جهودكم الدؤوبة والتنسيق المثالي نجاح هذا الحدث. ضيوفنا الكرام، نجدد الترحيب بكم ونتمنى لكم جدولا ثقافيا مثير ليوم الغد، حيث تكتشفون جمال سلطنة عمان. وفي الختام نتمنى لكم جميعا طيب الإقامة ورحلات آمنة إلى أوطانكم، حيث نتطلع بكم بالترحيب مرة أخرى في سلطنة عمان، بينما نواصل مسيرتنا المشتركة نحو مستقبل أكثر أمالا واستقرارا. شكرا لكم جميعا، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your insightful address. It is now my honor to invite His Excellency, Mr. Salvatore Sciacchettano, President of the Council of the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, to deliver his opening high-level address. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, it is my pleasure and honor to welcome you to this ministerial segment of the Security Week in Muscat, Oman. And I wish also to give again a welcome to the Council representatives, to the Director General of Civil Aviation, and to all delegates that have been participating in the first 2 days of the Security Week. Your commitment is valuable, and the valuable time that you have dedicated is very important for the success of this event. I would like to extend my gratitude to the government of Sultanate of Oman, the Minister of Transport and Communication and Information Technology, His Excellency Engineer Saeed Ahmad Al-Mahamudi, and the President of Civil Aviation Authority of Oman, His Excellency Engineer Naif Ali Ahmad Al-Abri, for their warm hospitality and for their address this morning. This is a special year for ICAO. We not only celebrate the organization's 80th anniversary, but we are also celebrating 50 years of preventing and suppressing acts of unlawful interference against the civil aviation globally through the Annex 17, the Aviation Security. These celebrations give us the opportunity to reflect on our important achievements over the past 5 decades for the aviation security, which has been critical for global security. Whilst we celebrate our success, we must also remember that aviation remains an attractive target for bad actors. We should remind that while sometimes we are not very happy in our security checks when we have to remove liquids or remove laptops, actually there are people that are working in the dark against the success of aviation. This is something that we have always to keep in mind. So we cannot be complacent. We must continue to innovate and evolve to address existing and emerging threats. That's why we here are invited today to reaffirm our commitment to enhancing aviation security and the cybersecurity, and to foster global cooperation in protecting our critical infrastructures. With your dedication to support the protection and the resilience of the aviation sector, our world can stay connected, and aviation is able to play its natural role as a catalyst for socio-economic development of nations. This is also ensures that the sector is adequately prioritized and appropriately resourced by member states. So alongside your adoption, hopefully, of the Muscat Declaration of today, I wish to ask to you, first, to ratify the Convention on Suppression of Unlawful Acts Related to Civil Aviation, and the protocol supplementary to the Convention for Suppression of Unlawful Seizure of Aircraft, both known as the Benjin instruments, as they constitute a solid foundation for international cooperation to deter and prosecute acts of unlawful interference to civil aviation, including cyber attacks. I wish to remind at this point, many states have not yet ratified. So it's not only what we're asking you to adopt the declaration today, but to complete the process of ratification of these important international legislative instruments. Second, we also ask you to increase your cooperation with each other while expanding the network beyond your trusted few. Let's remind that No Country Left Behind is not only an initiative of ICAO, but is also an objective of all of us to continue to cooperate and to extend our network of cooperation is important in a continuous expanding network of connectivity that we are facing in these days, in these years. Third, committed to reaching and surpassing the 75% effective implementation of aviation security standards by 2033, as set out in the second edition of the Global Aviation Security Plan. I'm asking this of you as we begin our preparations for the 42nd session of the ICAO Assembly to be held in Montreal next year. We need to demonstrate to the world that we collectively pursue the highest levels of aviation security, especially during the unpredictable and unstable times we are experiencing today. And while keeping in mind that passenger air traffic is forecasted to grow from the 4.5 billion passengers estimated this year to approximately 12.5 billion by 2050. I already mentioned during my opening remarks on Monday, the increase of traffic will be a great opportunity, of course, but will also generate challenges. And we must be prepared to address these challenges. Before I conclude, I would like to emphasize that this year ICAO has put a great focus on empowering next generation of aviation professionals and bridging the gender gap in aviation in general and in aviation security in particular. This constitutes part of the organization's effort to promote aviation security as a profession of choice that provides a fulfilling and empowering career in this discipline while making a real difference in protecting lives and properties. And in this sense, I wish to thank once more the Sultanate of Oman and the Civil Aviation Authority for having organized a segment yesterday, very inspiring segment with you and with so many students that were here in this room participating in our meeting. In concluding, I would like to express ICAO's deep appreciation for the voluntary contributions we have received from many states, both financial and in kind, and for your support to the organization's work through leading us your experts' time to contribute to the global joint work of the organization. Without these contributions, in terms of financial and in-kind contribution, and without the experts that are coming from states contributing to the work of the organization in the interest of the whole 193 member states, we cannot make progress. So I look forward to the discussions of the Ministerial Declaration today, and I wish to thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your insightful address. He Hearing from our distinguished speakers has been immensely enlightening. Their unwavering support for the draft Muscat Declaration underscores the global commitment to enhancing aviation security. Such high-level endorsements are pivotal in galvanizing political momentum, especially as we approach the triennial ICAO Assembly. Historically, ministerial declarations have played a crucial role in unifying international efforts to address evolving threats to civil aviation. Ladies and gentlemen, as we commence the ministerial segment of our conference, I am honored to introduce Mr. Mohammed Khalifa Rahma, Director of the Air Transport Bureau at the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, who will serve as the moderator for today's sessions. Mr. Rahma, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وبه نستعين أصحاب السمو أصحاب المعالي أصحاب السعادة السيدات والسادة. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me first thank our beautiful moderator for the whole week, Aviation Week. I will not serve as a better moderator for sure, so I wish to ask you for a round of applause for our moderator for the Aviation Week. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, are we approaching now the third day, which is the ministerial segment of this Aviation Week. First of all, let me reiterate what the President of the Council has mentioned by thanking the Sultanate of Oman, the government, the people, for the gracious hospitality and the warm welcome and the very high-level arrangements that we enjoyed here in Muscat. Thank you very much. To start this ministerial segment and the process of the endorsement of the Muscat Declaration, I'm honored to invite to the stage His Excellency Salvatore Shakitanu, the President of ICAO Council. And His Excellency Juan Carlos Salazar, the Secretary General of ICAO. I wish also to invite His Excellency Engineer Naif Al-Abri also to the stage. And my dear colleague, Michelle Merkel, Director of the Air Navigation Bureau. Before we start the proceedings of this session, I will invite my boss, the Secretary General of ICAO, to present the final draft version of the Muscat Declaration before we start the statements from the ministers and the high-level delegates. Mr. Secretary General, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mohammed, our sweet master of ceremonies, ministerial session. Excellencies, ministers, and authorities of the host country, heads of delegations, and members of the distinguished delegations here, President of the Council and members of the ICAO Council in attendance, colleagues from ICAO and that have been working tirelessly behind the scenes during and before and during this week for a successful Aviation Security Week. ICAO is very grateful to the Sultanate of Oman for its leadership in hosting this landmark event, and to all member states and the industry stakeholders and partners, organizations, for their commitment to advancing aviation security and cybersecurity. As the Secretary General of the International Civil Aviation Organization, it is my privilege to present the key elements of the draft Muscat Ministerial Declaration. Today, we reach the apex of this week's efforts. We gather here as ministers, senior officials, and aviation leaders from across the globe, united in one purpose: strengthen aviation security and cybersecurity as the foundations of sustainable air transport. Together, we will forge a clear path forward to address these critical challenges. While civil aviation today is more secure than ever before, those who wish us harm continue to innovate. The rise of cyber threats, for example, remind us that our vigilance is imperative. It is only through a collective response that we will succeed in addressing these threats. This speaks to why we are all here today. It also highlights the vital importance of ICAO's work within a comprehensive United Nations framework to foster partnerships and cooperation across the member states of ICAO and the civil aviation sector at large. Next slide, please. The draft ministerial declaration before us seeks to achieve three objectives. First, a recognition that aviation security and aviation cybersecurity are fundamental to the sustainable development of air transport and require prioritized and appropriate resourcing. Second, understanding that the perceived absence of major aviation security or aviation cybersecurity incidents does not equate to a low risk, and that proactive measures remains essential. And third, it calls for more global cooperation to counter emerging threats, including cyber attacks and insider threats, while building resilient security frameworks for the future. Next slide, please. This is reflected in the 4 pillars of the draft Muscat Declaration. The first pillar refers to strengthening global frameworks. We must encourage states to ratify critical legal instruments, such as the Beijing Instruments, and to foster more robust information sharing on aviation threats, including cyber risks. The second pillar refers to the allocation of sufficient resources. Meeting evolving threats requires adequate resources for aviation security. We must also nurture diverse, skilled professionals who can harness emerging technologies and drive innovation. The third pillar refers to international cooperation and regional coordination. Regional security programs, like the Comprehensive Regional Implementation Plan for Aviation Security and Facilitation in Africa, the AFI-SECFAL Plan, and the ICAO Regional Cooperative Aviation Security Programs, the CASPS programs, have proven their worth. They enhance operational efficiency and ensure compliance with international standards, serving as models for collective progress. And the fourth pillar refers to alignment with the Global Aviation Security Plan. The updated GASEP, with its ambitious goals and milestones, reflect our shared commitment to protecting international civil aviation. This declaration reinforces the need to align our global security priorities with this second edition of the GASEP. Following several comments that we have received since the draft declaration was published in the event website, one modification was included in this version, namely moving the last preambular clause on No Country Left Behind initiative to the new operative clause letter O, to give it more importance to No Country Left Behind, as this is now enshrined as one of the strategic goals that we pursue collectively as an international aviation community. Next slide, please. The Muscat Declaration is more than a policy framework. It embodies our collective resolve to ensuring that aviation remains a secure and resilient force for global progress. Let us move forward from today with a renewed, bolder, and shared purpose. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Juan Carlos Salazar, Secretary General of ICAO, for presenting the latest version of the Muscat Declaration. And now it's my honor to hand over to the President of the Council, who will be chairing this session from now on until we finish the endorsement of the Muscat Declaration by the end of today. Thank you very much, and over to you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Director Transport Bureau, Mohamed Rahma, for playing the role of Master of Ceremony so far. And now we continue with the proceedings of this meeting. Proceedings will be characterized by statements of ministers. So we'll call ministers in attendance and those that have registered to deliver national statements. And the order will be by states alphabetically, starting from the minister from Egypt, ending with the minister from Yemen. We have also received requests from other states who are not represented by ministers to express their support to the declaration. Accordingly, after all ministers have spoken, I will call the vice or deputy ministers, directors general, or heads of delegation that have requested to speak. If other delegations wishes to speak, please notify the Secretariat so that we can manage accordingly. And with this, I wish to give the floor to the first intervention, who is the Minister of Aviation, Civil Aviation of Egypt, His Excellency Dr. Sameh Al-Afni, Minister of Civil Aviation. But in my role of President of the Council, I wish to express my specific appreciation because he is also a council representative. He is a council representative of Egypt. I believe it's the first time that the council has a member who is also a minister. Mr. Efni, the floor is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Excellency Engineer Saeed Hamoud Al-Maawli, Minister of Transport, Communication and Information Technology, Sultanate Oman, Mr. Salvatore Shakitano, President of the ICAO Council, Mr. Juan Carlos Salazar, Secretary General of ICAO, Honorable Ministers and Head of Delegations, and ICAO Council members, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I will start by expressing our sincere gratitude to our gracious host, the Government of Oman, and in particular to my friend and brother, His Excellency Engineer Naif Al-Abri and his excellent team of the Civil Aviation Authority of Oman for their exceptional hospitality, warm welcome, and commitment to advancing global aviation security. ICAO Aviation Sec Week 2024, hosted here in Muscat, Oman, represents a pivotal moment in the global aviation security landscape. This event brings together aviation leaders, policymakers, and security experts from around the world to address the evolving challenges and opportunities in aviation security. As cyber threats become more prevalent, ICAO AVSEC Week 2024 provides a platform to address these challenges head-on. Discussion will focus on integrating cybersecurity into aviation security framework, ensuring that member states are prepared to protect their aviation system from potential cyber attacks. This proactive stands in crucial for maintaining the integrity of the global air travel. Egypt acknowledges the evolving challenging facing the aviation sector, including technological advancement and cyber threats. I emphasize the needs for innovative solutions. As the aviation landscape evolves, Egypt's call for ambitious and confidence in addressing future challenges. I conclude by underscoring the importance of this week's discussions in shaping the future of global aviation security, reinforcing the foundational principles established by ICAO founders, which remain relevant today. AFSEC Week is also significant for its role in shaping the future agenda for aviation security. The outcome of the discussions, including declarations and action plans, will guide ICAO initiatives leading up to the 42nd Assembly in 2025. This strategic planning is essential for adapting to the rapidly changing aviation environment and for ensuring that security measures remain robust and effective. I would like also to extend my gratitude to ICAO for facilitating the development of the Muscat Declaration, which underscored the importance of all aspects of aviation security and cybersecurity. With the launch of the second edition of the Global Aviation Security Plan, we are at a crucial juncture to demonstrate our full commitment and political support to the crucial subject. This week, we have witnessed the dedication of states, international and regional organizations, and industry to ensure the security remains a top priority for aviation. Now, we must take this collective commitment and translate the Muscat Declaration into actions within our individual states, organizations, and companies, both individually and regionally, to ensure the protection of aviation against all threats and strengthens the foundation of aviation security for the future, ensuring safe, secure air travel for all of us. I thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much to Minister of Civil Aviation of Egypt for your statement. And now I wish to invite the Minister of Transport of Papua New Guinea, His Excellency Walter David Snaubelt, to come to the podium for his statement, and I wish also to invite the Minister of Transport of Qatar to be prepared to intervene subsequently. So the floor is yours, Minister of Transport of Papua New Guinea.
Marhaba and Assalamu alaikum. Let me firstly thank His Excellency Engineer Syed Mahmoud Al-Mahali, Minister of Transport and Communication and Information Technology, Oman, His Excellency Engineer Naif Ali Muhammad Al-Abri, President of the Civil Aviation Authority in Oman, and Mr. Salvatore Sciacitano, President of the Council, International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, for inviting me and the government of Papua New Guinea to attend this very important event. Let me also acknowledge Mr. Juan Carlos Salazar, Secretary General, International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, honorable government leaders, transport and civil aviation, distinguished delegates. On behalf of the 12 million people of Papua New Guinea and Papua New Guinea government, my Department of Transport and Civil Aviation, let me thank the government of Oman for hosting the 2024 ICAO Security Week. For those who are not familiar with where Papua New Guinea is situated on a global map, we share the same border with Indonesia, and we're only 3 kilometers from the tip of Australia. That's where we're located, just in case you're not familiar with where Papua New Guinea is. I'm honored to have the privilege to be attending the Security Week 2024 and also be part of the celebration of the 50-year anniversary of the Annex 17, Aviation Security, to the Convention on International Civil Aviation. I also take this opportunity to congratulate ICAO on its 80th anniversary. This event serves as a significant platform for collaboration and sharing of aviation security best practices to assist states in embracing new and emerging trends. Aviation security requires collaborations among all stakeholders, both domestically and internationally, to foster a culture of safety and security throughout our civil aviation system. Papua New Guinea recognizes the importance of having in place a robust safety and security system in aviation. Effective and efficient aviation safety and security are key enablers for safe and secure aviation systems to support the industry, which is significantly important for social and economic development of any nation through people-to-people connectivity. Papua New Guinea security designated airports. Although there is 600 known airstrips in Papua New Guinea, Papua New Guinea is home to 22 airports, including 3 international airports. Among these, we have 8 security designated aerodromes. As a member of the international community and signatory to the Chicago Convention, Papua New Guinea is committed to maintaining compliance with international obligations set forth by the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO. Our regulatory framework is designed not only to meet these obligations, but to also to exceed them wherever possible. The state is now preparing for the Universal Security Audit Program Continuous Monitoring Approach, USAP-CMA audit, scheduled for second half of 2025. And this will assist PNG improve its security in the country, or the security oversight, sorry. PNG's commentary in relation to the Muscat Declaration. Papua New Guinea supports the global commitment to enhancing aviation security and cybersecurity, as enshrined in the ICAO Assembly Resolution A41-18 and A41-19. We reaffirm
our unwavering dedication to the commitments set out in the Muscat Declaration. Some of these are: 1, PNG affirms that aviation connects the world, brings people and countries together, and makes social and economic development possible through travel, trade, and tourism, and thus shall be protected. PNG has established the National Civil Aviation Security Program, which is aligned with the ICAO Global Aviation Security Plan, GASEP. 2, PNG acknowledges the importance of an all-UN approach in recognizing the aviation sector as a critical infrastructure on which the prosperity and security of states, as well as that of the global economy, are dependent on. PNG has adapted ICAO Annex 17 and Amended 18 and the security-related aspects of Annex 9 / facilitation. Number 3, PNG recognizes the aviation security and cybersecurity are critical for the sustainable development of air transport, and that they need to be prioritized and appropriately resourced. PNG has established critical aviation security infrastructure and has put in place measures to effectively manage aviation security and recognizes the importance of sustaining this infrastructure. 4, Papua New Guinea understands the importance of being vigilant. Therefore, the absence of major aviation security or cybersecurity incidents does not mean the risk is lower. We will continue addressing this proactively. PNG has adopted a risk-based, data-driven approach to proactively mitigate the existing and emerging security incidents and risks. To conclude, I would like to reassure that Papua New Guinea places great emphasis on the aviation security. We are committed to ensuring that the safety and security of our traveling public is maintained at the highest level possible. As we gather here today in Muscat, Oman, let us reaffirm our collective responsibility towards enhancing global aviation security standards. Together, we can ensure that our skies remain safe and secure for all generations to come. Thank you.
It's working? Yes. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your statement and your presence here today. As well, let me say, the presence of the Director General of Papua New Guinea in several events shows the commitment of your country in support to development of the civil aviation in your country. So thank you very much for what you are doing. Now I wish to invite the Minister of Transport of Qatar, His Excellency Mohammed bin Abdullah Al Thani, to intervene on the podium to deliver his speech, his statement. And I wish also to invite the President of Saudi Arabia to be prepared next. So, Minister of Transport Qatar, the floor is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة الوزراء، سعادة رئيس مجلس منظمة الطيران المدني الدولي سلفاتوري، سعادة الأمين العام خوان كارلوس، أصحاب السعادة رؤساء سلطات الطيران المدني والمنظمات الدولية، السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بداية يسعدني أن أتقدم بخالص الشكر والتقدير لسلطنة عمان الشقيقة على كرم الضيافة وحسن الاستقبال، وأهنئ على نجاح هذا الحدث المتميز. كما أتوجه بالشكر الجزيل لمنظمة الطيران المدني الدولي الإيكاو على تنظيم هذا الحدث البارز الذي يعكس الأهمية الكبرى لمواجهة مختلف التهديدات والتحديات في مجالي أمن الطيران والأمن الإلكتروني. خلال اليومين الماضيين شهد المؤتمر جلسات نقاشية مثمرة تناولت موضوعات جوهرية، منها التحديات التشريعية وتطورات المتعلقة بالطائرات بدون طيار والأمن الإلكتروني في مجال الطيران المدني، بالإضافة إلى أهداف الخطة العالمية لأمن الطيران. إن هذا الحدث يشكل فرصة غيمة للتعارف وتبادل الخبرات وتعزيز التعاون بين الدول الأعضاء والمنظمات والخبراء في مجال أمن الطيران والأمن الإلكتروني. وفي هذا السياق أود أن أؤكد أن دولة قطر تتخذ كافة الخطوات لتحقيق ما ورد في إعلان مسقط بشأن أمن الطيران والأمن الإلكتروني في مجال الطيران، ودولة قطر ملتزمة بالمشاركة الفاعلة في مختلف أنشطة وفعاليات منظمة الطيران المدني الدولي، دعما لمبادرة عدم ترك أي بلد وراء الركب. ونؤمن بأهمية التركيز على بناء القدرات وتقديم المساعدات الفنية لتعزيز مستويات الامتثال الفعال في المنطقة. وفي ختام كلمتي أود أن أؤكد على أهمية الحوار المستمر وتبادل المعلومات والتجارب بين الدول الأعضاء والمنظمات والخبراء، فهذه الجهود المشتركة هي السبيل لمواصلة تحسين منظومة أمن الطيران وضمان انتظام النقل الجوي وسلامته. أتمنى لهذا الحدث دوام النجاح والتقدم، ولجميع الحاضرين التوفيق والازدهار. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Minister of Transport Al-Thani, and we take, of course, the opportunity to congratulate you very much for your recent appointment as a Minister of Transport. Now, I wish to invite the President of GACA of Saudi Arabia, His Excellency Abdulaziz Abdullah Abdullaish, to intervene to the podium, and I wish to invite also the Minister of Transport of Somalia to be ready to intervene as well afterwards.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا ونبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه. Excellency, the President of the ICAO Council, Your Excellency, the Secretary General of ICAO, Your Excellencies, Ministers, Heads of Delegations, Your Excellencies, Heads of Civil Aviation Authorities, and Directors of participating organizations. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Allah awqatakum bi kulli khair. It's a distinct honor and a privilege to express my deepest gratitude for the opportunity to take part in this esteemed ministerial meeting as part of the Aviation Security Week, hosted by the Civil Aviation Authority of our brotherly neighbors Sultanate of Oman. I wish to extend my sincere appreciation to His Excellency Engineer Saeed bin Hamoud al-Maouli, Minister of Transport, Communication and Information Technology, and His Excellency Engineer Naif Abri, President of the Civil Aviation Authority, for their exceptional hospitality, warm reception, and the efforts they have devoted to organizing this significant event. This gathering brings together a distinguished assembly of experts and leaders committed to advancing our industry. This esteemed meeting highlights the growing global recognition of civil aviation security as a fundamental pillar of the aviation sector's sustainability. The sector continues to be cornerstone of economic and social development, a lifeline for global connectivity, and an enabler for the seamless movement of people and goods worldwide. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the civil aviation sector is no stranger to an evolving landscape of complex and diverse security challenges, including cyber attacks and the malicious use of unmanned aircraft systems. Advanced technologies have introduced emerging threats such as cyber intrusions, targeting aviation's digital systems, which demand innovative, proactive strategies to mitigate their risks effectively. In this context, the indispensable role of the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, in uniting global efforts to enhance aviation security cannot be overstated. Through Annex 17 of the Chicago Convention, ICAO has established a robust legislative framework to safeguard civil aviation. Furthermore, the Global Aviation Security Plan offers practical tools and mechanisms to bolster security on national, regional, and international scales. ICAO's contribution extends well beyond legislative frameworks and the establishment of standards and regulations. The organization actively fosters collaboration among member states through technical support and capacity building programs. These initiatives ensure the seamless transfer of expertise and knowledge to states facing challenges in meeting security standards. In alignment with ICAO's No Countries Left Behind initiative. Honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia recognizes the importance of aviation security as a cornerstone of its national strategy. This commitment is evident in the significant strides the Kingdom has made in this critical domain. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia commitment to civil aviation security is rooted in strategic pillars designed to enhance preparedness and ensure the safety and resilience of the sector in all its dimensions. To this end, the Kingdom has undertaken comprehensive modernization initiatives aligning its security infrastructure with the highest international standards. These efforts include deploying advanced detection and surveillance technologies at airports and integrating artificial intelligence to conduct sophisticated risk assessment, enabling rapid and effective responses to emerging threats. Amid today's technological challenges, the Kingdom places great emphasis on cybersecurity. Specialized programs have been developed to protect aviation digital infrastructure, including booking platforms and operational systems, bolstering the sector's resilience against cyber attacks. Additionally, the Kingdom is deeply investing in cultivating human capital in this critical area. Through partnerships with international organizations, Saudi Arabia has launched advanced training programs to equip its national workforce with the expertise needed to address evolving security scenarios effectively. The Kingdom firmly upholds the importance of regional and international cooperation. In addressing the security challenges facing civil aviation, Saudi Arabia has made substantial contributions to global and regional initiatives aimed at enhancing safety and security of this vital industry. Notably, the Kingdom has been instrumental in developing joint security strategies with Gulf Cooperation Council member states, strengthening intergovernmental coordination to ensure swift and effective responses to shared security challenges. Furthermore, Saudi Arabia has been a trusted partner in international initiatives led by the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO. The Kingdom has actively participating in shaping aviation security policies and implementing programs to elevate global security standards, a testament to its commitment in hosting the permanent headquarters of the ICAO Cooperative Aviation Security Program for the Middle East region, CASP-MID. This initiative underscores the Kingdom's dedication to support ICAO's No Countries Left Behind initiative. Thanks to these national and international efforts, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has an impressive compliance rate of 94.4% in implementing aviation security standards, as highlighted in the ICAO Universal Security Audit Program report. This accomplishment positions the Kingdom as a global leader in this domain. Saudi Arabia takes pride in its pivotal and influential role within the civil aviation sector, both regionally and globally. Its active participation in specialized international organizations such as the Arab Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, underscores its leadership and commitment to advancing the industry. As a founding member and a current chair of ICAO's Executive Council for the 2024-2026 term, the Kingdom continues to support collaborative efforts aimed at achieving shared goals across all aspects of civil aviation, with particular focus on enhancing aviation security. The Kingdom remains committed to strengthening global aviation security through active engagement in international initiatives, ensuring the sustained safety and resilience of civil aviation worldwide. Distinguished guests, despite the significant strides made in enhancing aviation security, the sector continues to face evolving and complex challenges that demand greater coordination and joint action from all of us. The rapid evolution of security threats globally necessitates a comprehensive and sustained response at all levels. In this regard, I urge all member states to strengthen international collaboration in aviation security, enabling us to confront these challenges effectively. By sharing expertise and best practices, we can collectively develop innovative and impactful solutions. The exchange of successful experiences among nations is a cornerstone for developing effective strategies to combat escalating security threats. Each country, by sharing its knowledge and experiences, contributes to crafting collaborative solutions that enhance global aviation security, establishing sustainable platforms for communication and knowledge exchange is essential in refining security procedures and formulating up-to-date policies to address emerging threats to the sector. Equally critical is the continued investment in cutting-edge technologies that enhances aviation security. In today's evolving landscape, cyber and technological threats targeting the aviation sector are escalating, necessitating the adoption of advanced systems such as biometric recognition and artificial intelligence-driven data analytics. These technologies enable early threats detection and swift effective responses, significantly enhancing the capacity of airports and aircraft to maintain their security and safety. Moreover, the importance of collaboration with the private sector in strengthening aviation security cannot be overstated. Close and transparent are vital for leveraging the latest technologies and advanced security solutions. These collaborative approaches enhance the safety of aviation operations and airport facilities. Considering the increasing security challenges facing the civil aviation sector, we firmly believe the collective action and exchange of expertise are the foundation for addressing these threats. International coordination and intensification of joint efforts among nations are the optimal path to ensuring a safe and sustainable aviation environment. We are confident that this ongoing collaboration will have a significant impact on enhancing civil aviation security at both the regional and international levels. In conclusion, the constructive dialogue and exchange of ideas we are witnessing today represent a vital step toward strengthening international cooperation and innovating solutions that support civil aviation security and cybersecurity. I reiterate my sincere thanks and appreciation to all the attendees and participants in this important event. I also acknowledge the exceptional efforts made by all parties to ensure the success of this meeting. We hope that our discussions will contribute to ensuring the sustainability of civil aviation sector and enhancing its security on a global scale, thereby contributing to a safe and prosperous future for all nations and peoples. May Allah grant us all success for the good of our nations and the world. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much to the President of the General Authority of Civil Aviation of Saudi Arabia for your words so well, perfectly aligned with the spirit of the Chicago Convention, whose anniversary we have celebrated last week. Now I wish to invite the Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation of Somalia, Her Excellency Fardowsia Osman Igal, to address the ministers and the delegates, while I wish to invite the Minister of Transport of South Sudan to be prepared to intervene subsequently.
بسم الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. صباح الخير. I thank Sultan of Oman for hosting this Security Aviation Week, the President of the Council, the Minister of Transport of Sultan of Oman, the other ministers present here today, distinguished guests, all delegates, good morning. Sorry. It's my honor to speak here today on behalf of my government, Federal Republic of Somalia, for this important ICAO Security Week. Aviation security remains the backbone of global transport, air transport, as we navigate an era of increasing complexity. We must reaffirm our commitment to safeguard the skies and the passengers, airlines, and the broader global economy. The Muscat Declaration adopted during this special event as we test to our collective will be torifying the international collaboration in Aviation Security Week. It's emphasized on the regional coordination capacity building and the alignment of an international framework with the ICAO global standard, its roadmap and resilience in this phase. For Somalia, the principle of Muscat Declaration resonates deeply as we continue to build and modernize our aviation sector. We remain steadfast and aligning our strategy with Declaration's pillar, from enhancing our screening technology to fostering personal training. We aim to contribute to the global effort for security and efficiency skies. However, the success of this declaration depends on actionable steps and sustainable collaboration. I urge ICAO and all member states to prioritize technical assistance and capacity building, support states' emerging aviation sectors to enhance their security framework, like Somalia, information sharing, facilitate the real-time exchange of intelligence to encounter the growth sophistication of aviation-related threats, investment on innovation, leveraging emerging technologies to stay ahead of the security challenges while cost effectiveness. As we deliberate on this path forward this week, let us all remember that security is not a privilege, but it's a shared responsibility. Together, we can transform Muscat Declaration from envision to a legacy that ensures safe sky for the future global aviation. Thank you so much. We're really happy to be here and be part of this Security Week this week. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation of Somalia. And now I wish to invite the Minister of Transport of South Sudan, His Excellency Madwid Biar Yat, to take the floor, and I wish to invite the Minister of Transport of Yemen to be ready to intervene subsequently. The floor is yours, Minister of South Sudan.
Excellency Said Mahmoud Mawali, Minister of Transport, Communication, and Information Technology, Excellency Salvatore Tano, President of ICAO Council, Mr. Juan Carlos, Secretary General of ICAO, His Excellency Naib Ali Hamad Al-Abri, President of Civil Aviation Authority, Sultanate of Oman, the host, my colleagues, excellencies, diplomats, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
It is a great honor for me to address such an exceptional gathering at this landmark event, the ICAO Aviation Security Week 2024, organized by the Sultanate of Oman and supported by the International Civil Aviation Organization. I want to thank our hosts for their hospitality and for bringing us together here in Muscat, Oman, which is well known for its beauty and rich cultural heritage of the Sultanate of Oman. Your Excellencies, the ICAO slogan, "For no country left behind," is a well order and a system that promotes and generates employment, facilitate trade, and extend aviation benefits to every corner of the globe through the sharing of developmental issues and mentoring developing countries and underdeveloped countries by sharing expertise in the aviation industry. The Republic of South Sudan, the youngest country in the world order, or in the world ranking, is fully committed to ICAO security and tirelessly working in its aviation sector to meet the required ICAO standards. South Sudan, therefore, would not achieve this famous slogan of "no country left behind" without technical support from ICAO regional member states to effectively contribute to social economic development through trade, travel, and tourism. A secured, interconnected air transport sector needs to be prioritized to enhance the aviation industry globally as a landmark towards achieving aviation security and cyber security goals. These goals represent both our moral imperative and operational necessity. We must develop and implement ICAO solutions that bridge existing gaps rather than create a new divide. This transformation requires interconnected actions. First, we must create scalable solutions for aviation authorities and operators at all sizes. Second, we must establish robust mechanisms for technology transfer and knowledge sharing among member states. However, the important event brought all the stakeholders in the aviation industry together to discuss the contribution of security to the industry, sustainably exploring innovative approaches that can promote progress towards a more sustainable aviation sector and ensure the resilience of civil aviation infrastructure against emerging threats. In conclusion, I strongly urge ICAO member states to proactively engage in bridging global aviation security gaps. It is important because the information sharing for aviation industry is very important. Thank you, Excellencies. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Transport of South Sudan, for your statement. And now I wish to invite to the floor, to the podium, the Minister of Transport of Yemen, Salam Hadi. Minister of Transport of Yemen, the floor is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين، معالي المهندس سعيد حمود المعولي وزير النقل والاتصالات وتكنولوجيا المعلومات في سلطنة عمان، معالي سلفاتوري سكيا شيتانو رئيس مجلس منظمة الطيران المدني الدولي، سعادة الأخوان كارلوس سالازار الأمين العام لمنظمة الطيران المدني، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة والحاضرون جميعا، أسعد الله صباحكم بالخير والصحة والتوفيق. في البدء اسمحوا لنا أن نعبر عن شكرنا لسلطنة عمان الشقيقة، وكذا شكرنا وتقديرنا لمعالي وزير النقل والاتصالات وتقنية المعلومات المهندس سعيد بن حمود المعولي، وكذا رئيس هيئة الطيران المدني في سلطنة عمان، المهندس نائف بن علي العبري، على حسن الضيافة وكرم الاستقبال، وعلى التنظيم الرفيع الذي ساهم في تأمين نجاح هذه الفعالية الدولية الكبيرة. إنه لمن دواعي سرورنا الحضور والمشاركة في هذا الاجتماع الوزاري الرفيع، تلبية لدعوة معالي رئيس مجلس منظمة الطيران المدني الدولي ومعالي وزير النقل والاتصالات وتكنولوجيا المعلومات في سلطنة عمان الشقيقة لمناقشة المسائل المتعلقة بأمن الطيران، ومناقشة وإقرار إعلان مسقط بشأن الأمن في مجال الطيران. إن انعقاد مثل هذا الاجتماع الدولي الرفيع بالتعاون مع منظمة الطيران المدني الدولي الآيكاو، وبهذا الحضور من الدول الأعضاء في المنظمة الدولية والمنظمات الدولية والهيئات والمساهمين والشركاء ومسؤولي هيئات الطيران في تلك البلدان، إنما يعبر حقيقة عن المكانة التي تحتلها سلطنة عمان الشقيقة، وتقديرا لما حققته خلال السنوات الماضية من النجاحات والإنجازات في مجال تطوير وتحديث قطاع الطيران المدني وأمن الطيران. وبهذه المناسبة يمكن لنا القول إن منظمة الطيران المدني الدولي منذ تأسيسها عام 1944 وعلى مدار 8 عقود من الزمن تمكنت من وضع الاتفاقيات الأساسية والملاحق والبروتوكولات والتوصيات الهادفة إلى وضع القواعد والمعايير لنشاط النقل الجوي وتسجيل الطائرات وقواعد السلامة وكافة تفاصيل حقوق الموقعين وكل ما يتعلق بالسفر الجوي، إلى جانب تعزيز العلاقات والتعاون والشراكة بين الدول الأعضاء، وذلك بهدف الوصول إلى نقل جوي آمن ومستدام واقتصادي، آخذاً بالاعتبار حماية البيئة لتحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة على مستوى العالم. إن النقل الجوي أصبح اليوم عنصراً حيوياً في تعزيز الاقتصاد العالمي والتجارة الدولية وتحسين التواصل بين الشعوب ودعم صناعة السياحة والاستجابة للأزمات وحالات الطوارئ وتنمية المناطق النائية الأقل تطوراً وربطها بالمراكز الاقتصادية الكبرى، كما أن التطورات الاقتصادية والتكنولوجية والابتكار اليوم جعلت من النقل الجوي قوة هائلة في خدمة التطور والازدهار والنمو الاقتصادي على أساس عالمي. ومع الدخول في حقبة جديدة من التكنولوجيا والرقمنة والابتكارات الجديدة والذكاء الاصطناعي، وهي تطورات هائلة في مجال الطيران، بات النقل الجوي يعتمد أكثر من أي وقت مضى على ما تقدمه منظمة الآيكاو من دعم بالخبراء وما تصدره من الإرشادات والتوصيات الفنية، توخيا منها برسم مستقبل جديد للرحلات الجوية الدولية. وتعمل الآيكاو على تجديد ذاتها من خلال التوسع في شراكاتها ضمن منظومة الأمم المتحدة وأصحاب المصلحة من الأطراف الفنية، بهدف تقديم رؤية عالمية استراتيجية وإتاحة حلول فعالة ومستدامة. وما نود التأكيد عليه في هذا الاجتماع الرفيع وبحضور رئيس مجلس منظمة الطيران المدني الدولي وأمينها العام هو الاهتمام بتنفيذ مبادرة قيادة المنظمة التي المتضمنة عدم ترك أي بلد وراء الركب. كون أمن الطيران المدني وسلامته واستدامته أصبح مسؤولية جميع البلدان الأعضاء في المنظمة الدولية للطيران المدني، وجميع شركات الطيران تحتاج إلى الخدمات الملاحية الجوية المتطورة والكفؤة في جميع البلدان. ومن هذا المنطلق فإننا نؤكد على الاهتمام بالبلدان الأقل نمواً والبلدان التي تعيش اليوم صراعات وحروب وأزمات اقتصادية نتج عنها صعوبات وتحديات في مجال الطيران المدني وأمن الطيران، ومن بينها الجمهورية اليمنية التي انضمت إلى منظمة الطيران المدني الدولي عام 1964 وإحدى الدول الموقعة على اتفاقية شيكاغو عام 1971. التزمت بتطبيق الأنظمة والمعايير الدولية وخاصة بما ورد في الملحق 17 أمن الطيران، إلا أن الحرب الدائرة منذ 10 أعوام التي أشعلتها الميليشيات الانقلابية الحوثية عام 2015 قد أفرزت آثار ومترتبات كبيرة على الاقتصاد اليمني وعلى المستوى الإنساني، وأدت إلى تدهور مستوى معيشة المجتمع والخدمات العامة. كما أن قطاع الطيران في اليمن هو الآخر قد تأثر من جراء تلك الحرب من خلال اختطاف 4 طائرات في مطار صنعاء ومصادرة الأرصدة المالية التي تتجاوز أكثر من 130 مليون دولار للناقل الوطني اليمني شركة الخطوط الجوية اليمنية. وتعمل الميليشيات الحوثية في صنعاء على تشغيل تلك الطائرات ال4 المختطفة من مطار صنعاء إلى الوجهات الخارجية دون إشراف الجهات الفنية لدى شركة الناقل الوطني، ودون إشراف وموافقة هيئة الطيران المدني التابعة للحكومة الشرعية في عدن، ودون استكمال إجراءات تراخيص طواقم الطائرات من قبل الهيئة. وهذه التصرفات تهدد أمن وسلامة الطيران في اليمن، وتعد تصرفات مخالفة لتشريعات ولوائح وقواعد منظمة الطيران الدولية. وندعو في وزارة النقل كجهة ممثلة للحكومة اليمنية الشرعية المعترف بها دوليا تدخل قيادة المنظمة الدولية للطيران المدني في الضغوط على وقف تلك التصرفات وإعادة الطائرات إلى أسطول الناقل الوطني الخطوط الجوية اليمني في العاصمة عدن. ومع كل تلك التحديات فقد سعت الهيئة العامة للطيران المدني والإرصاد في العاصمة عدن منذ عام 2019 وبدعم من قبل الحكومة اليمنية ووزارة النقل بالتعاون مع المنظمة الدولية للطيران المدني الآيكاو ومنظمات دولية أخرى للحصول على الدعم الفني اللازم لتطوير نظام أمن الطيران في الهيئة والمطارات متوافق عليها مع المعايير الدولية من خلال بناء قدرات العاملين في مجال أمن الطيران عبر تنظيم برامج تدريبية مكثفة تغطي مختلف جوانب الأمن بدءا من تفتيش الركاب والأمتعة وحتى إدارة الأزمات، إلى جانب تحديث الأجهزة والتكنولوجيا المستخدمة في الجوانب المتعلقة بأمن الطيران وتطبيق اللوائح والقوانين المتعلقة بأمن الطيران. ولا يسعنا في هذه المناسبة أيضا أن نقدم شكرنا وتقديرنا لأشقائنا في التحالف العربي وخاصة المملكة العربية السعودية والإمارات العربية المتحدة على تقديم الدعم الكبير في إعادة ترميم وصيانة وتجهيز المطارات في المناطق المحررة اليمنية، وذلك لضمان تحقيق الامتثال لمعايير المنظمة الدولية بالتعاون مع الجهات الحكومية الأخرى مثل وزارة الداخلية وأجهزة الأمن المختلفة لتبادل المعلومات والتنسيق في مجال مكافحة الإرهاب والجريمة المنظمة. ومع كل ذلك فإن اليمن والدول الأخرى التي تعاني من الحروب والصراعات في المنطقة العربية ستظل بحاجة إلى دعم المنظمة الدولية للطيران المدني ومكاتبها الإقليمية لمساعدة تلك البلدان على إنجاز برنامج شامل للطيران المدني من خلال الاستشارات الفنية والخبراء والبحث عن التمويلات اللازمة لإنجاز تلك البرامج لتصبح بلدان مشاركة في النظام الدولي للطيران بصورة فاعلة. وفي الختام لا يسعنا إلا أن نحث جميع الدول المشاركة اليوم في هذا الاجتماع الوزاري الرفيع إلى الالتزام باستخدام إعلان مسقط كتعهد توجيهي نظرا للتوصيات الإيجابية التي تمخض عنها هذا الإعلان في مختلف الجوانب المنصوص عليها في الإعلان. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much, Minister Hadi, for your statement. Let me express on behalf of the organization, first of all, solidarity to the Republic of Yemen for the challenges that are faced and confirm the engagement support, commitment to support Yemen in facing those challenges that you mentioned. Now, distinguished delegates, we have reached the end of the first round of interventions of ministers. We'll take a break and then we'll continue after the break with the interventions of vice or deputy ministers, head of delegations or directors general, in the accordance to the alphabetic order that we have on the basis of notifications that we have received. And if the other delegations wish to intervene, please present your this request to the desk of the secretariat that is on my right in this conference hall. So we take 35 minutes of break, and then we'll come back at 11:30, starting with the statement of Australia. Thank you very much. Back sharp 11:30. Thank you very much. continue with Australia, as I mentioned before. We will have Mr. Amish Ansford, the Deputy Secretary, Cyber and Infrastructure Security, Department of Home Affairs of Australia, which will be followed by Canada. Mr. Ansford, the floor is yours.
Hello, and thanks so very much. And can I just start by, again, saying thank you to the Sultanate of Oman for hosting us in your lovely country and for all of the organisation that's gone into the sessions. I just wanted to make 5 brief points today. The first one is that Australia and the Australian government strongly supports the Muscat Declaration, particularly bringing such high-level support to aviation security. And we particularly are supportive of this because aviation security and aviation safety, we think, are co-equal and should really face a proportionate focus from both ICAO and from our member countries. Secondly, particularly over the last couple of months, and a particular focus, and it's called out in letter I of the declaration, and it relates to air cargo. Air cargo security is so important that we particularly highlight this point because over the last couple of months it has been a threat that has increased in sophistication and something that we have paid particular attention to. Not only for passenger aircraft, but also for cargo-only aircraft, and as well as a focus on mail. So we very much encourage the discussion and consideration of air cargo security issues, both in the aviation security panel, but then equally in the Assembly. Third point, and it's mentioned in 11 of the different elements of this declaration, in addition to the chapeau element of the declaration, and that relates to, obviously, cyber security issues. And cybersecurity for us is a critical part of not only the declaration, but a challenge that we're having across each of our different countries. And I think the end point that we really want to get to is to have, not talking about cybersecurity, but actually just talking about aviation security inclusive of cybersecurity. And there's a special obligation for member states to think about our responsible action in cybersecurity, particularly because that's an area that we need to collaborate so closely, and that collaboration needs to be built on trust. And so cybersecurity as part of our aviation security agenda is so very important and so great to see it highlighted in the declaration. Fourth point for me is really around performance-based outcomes. And so the declaration really sets up and reiterates the frameworks, the annex, the types of work that we will undertake in each of our different countries. But underpinning that needs to be a culture of performance-based outcomes, one that does not just focus on compliance, but thinks about what is the security outcome that we're seeking to achieve, and how do we use the declaration from today, but all of the frameworks that we have in place to think about the security outcome. And so I think that is an eternal challenge for us underpinning the declaration. And then fifth and finally, there's a strong focus, I think, for us to take action above and beyond the declaration, for us to walk out of this hall thinking about what's the tangible actions that we're going to undertake, and particularly from Australia's point of view, we're going to double down on our culture with industry to collaborate like we've never done before, given the multiple threats that we face, and particularly those highlighted in the declaration. And we're also going to work very closely with our aviation safety counterparts, particularly in Australia and through ICAO, to make sure that the systems and networks, particularly as they relate to cybersecurity, are complementary and make sure that we're working together. So very pleased to be here today to support the declaration and to speak to you. And I'm so pleased that I've met so many people and collaborated in Muscat, and I wish you all a very successful onward journey. So thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ansford, for your statement. Now I should invite to the floor Mrs. Lisa Setlakwe, Assistant Deputy Minister of Safety and Security of Transport, Canada. Mrs. Setlakwe, the floor is yours, and I wish to invite the Dominican Republic to be ready to intervene subsequently.
Thank you. Thank you, and I have to extend my thanks as well. It's been a wonderful few days, and my first time in Oman, and what a beautiful country, and beautiful people who have welcomed us in this conference, but throughout the city. We in Canada are firmly supportive of this declaration. We think it is a vital step towards fostering global cooperation in the realm of aviation security. It reinforces shared commitments among states to safeguard civil aviation and enhances collective resilience against evolving threats. The declaration is closely aligned with our national policies on aviation and cybersecurity, as my colleague mentioned, which emphasizes the collaboration, innovation, and most importantly, the protection of civil aviation. Canada has been a long-time champion of global aviation security and cybersecurity initiatives, and our policies consistently stress the importance of international partnerships in addressing complex security challenges. Canada supports all of the elements of the declaration and the 6 priorities. I would like to emphasize in particular a couple of points. The first is on capacity development and support for regional groups. Capacity development is key to ensuring that all states, regardless of resources, can meet the standards outlined in Annex 17, ensuring the security of aviation globally. The second, and my colleague from Australia made some comments to this as well, is the urgent need for states to intensify their efforts in addressing both emerging and existing threats to international civil aviation, including those posed by insider threats and cyber risks. It is crucial to highlight that these threats encompass not only traditional threats, but also the involvement of new actors, particularly state actors, whose activities are increasingly shaping the security landscape. In recent months, we have witnessed the emergence of novel threat actors targeting the cargo sector, alongside the persistence of cyber threats. The developments underscore the critical need for a unified global response to ensure that the resilience of international civil aviation against evolving risks. It is both a security and economic imperative, and you have Canada's full commitment. Thank you again for having us this week, and we are very proud and pleased to be full partners and committed partners to the declaration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lacque, for your statement. Now we continue with the Dominican Republic. We have Mr. Manuel Sufrón Tamayo, Director General of the Cuerpo Especializado de Seguridad Aeroportuales, CESAC.
Buenos días. Quiero adherirme a los saludos protocolares que han dado las personas que me han precedido. Con ellos saludar también a todos los ministros, directores generales, jefes de delegación y todos los aquí presentes. Desde la firma del Convenio de Chicago en el año 1944, hace ya 80 años, la República Dominicana ha estado caminando de la mano en todos los aspectos que rigen la aviación civil. Muestra de ello es que desde ese mismo día nosotros hemos sido signatarios de ese acuerdo y hemos firmado, ratificado y depositado en la OASI todos los convenios y protocolos desarrollados en materia de seguridad. 30 años después, hace 50 años, surge el anexo 17 sobre seguridad y desde entonces hemos dado pasos firmes para que hoy podamos gozar de aeropuertos seguros, protegiendo contra actos de interferencia ilícita a cada uno de nuestros visitantes, ciudadanos, infraestructuras y aeronaves a través de la implementación de tecnologías modernas y de ciberseguridad. En ese proceso, la mejora continua ha dado cumplimiento a las normas. Creamos un cuerpo especializado en seguridad aeroportuaria y de la aviación civil, el cual me honro en dirigir, quien es la autoridad competente en materia de seguridad. Este cuerpo jugó un papel estelar, una vez pasamos la pandemia de COVID-19, al momento de reabrir las puertas de nuestras terminales aeroportuarias, siendo resilientes en ese aspecto. Hoy damos nuestro respaldo irrestricto a los resultados de este importante evento, la Semana sobre la Seguridad y la Ciberseguridad de la Aviación, del cual agradecemos sincera y profundamente al Secretariado de la OASI por la invitación y al Sultanado de la Omán por el recibimiento y la acogida en su país. De esta experiencia nos llevamos el compromiso de seguir fortaleciendo la cultura de seguridad con mejoras continuas, ya que la seguridad es una necesidad y una responsabilidad de todos y de cada uno que debemos asumir de manera que nadie se quede atrás. Cada día tenemos nuestras nuevas amenazas, unas son internas, otras transnacionales. Aislados no podremos contra ellas, pero juntos podemos detectarlas y enfrentarlas con mucho éxito. Necesitamos la participación y la colaboración de cada uno de nosotros, para lo cual se necesita asumir un compromiso serio y responsable con el que estamos asumiendo en esta importante y trascendental declaración de Mascate sobre la seguridad y la ciberseguridad de la aviación. Hoy la adoptamos, la apoyamos y nos comprometemos a cumplir en todas sus partes. Este acontecimiento ha contribuido a fortalecer los lazos de amistad y hermandad del Sistema Mundial de Seguridad de la Aviación. Muchas gracias y bendiciones.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tamayo, for your statement. And now I wish to invite to the floor the Chief Commissioner of the Civil Aviation Regulatory Commission of the Kingdom of Jordan, Aitan Misto. Mr. Misto, the floor is yours.
Morning, Excellency Salvatore Shikitano, President of ICAO Council, Excellency Juan Carlos Salazar, Secretary General of ICAO, Excellency Engineer Naif Ali Hamad Al-Abri, President of the Civil Aviation of Oman, Excellencies, Director Generals, Head of Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let me start by thanking the Sultanate of Oman and the Civil Aviation Authority for hosting this successful event. The dynamic nature of civil aviation requires us to strengthen our collective efforts in addressing both new and existing threats, including insider risks and the ever-evolving realm of cyber threats. This mission is paramount to safeguarding global air transport and ensuring the confidence of travelers and business alike. Equally, aviation security and cybersecurity must be prioritized at the same level of importance as other sectors within civil aviation. Adequate resources are essential to train and maintain the workforce of qualified and competent professionals to oversee effective implementation and innovation in these areas. Moreover, security measures in Jordan, my country, strike a balance between effectiveness and facilitating the smooth flow of passenger and cargo, compliance with ICAO standards, and striving to achieve the aspirational goal of a Global Aviation Security Plan, GASEP, will bolster these efforts. Finally, as Jordan advances technologies and systems, we also invest in specialized skill sets, fostering new generation of aviation professionals, while promoting diversity and inclusion. Our future depends not only on robust systems, but also on people who operate and manage. Mr. President, I confirm that the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan is committed to all of the provisions that achieve Muscat Declaration. Let us work together to create a secure and resilient aviation industry, one that can meet the challenges of today and tomorrow with confidence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, for your statement. Now I wish to invite to the floor the Deputy Secretary General of the Ministry of Transport of Malaysia, Noma Osman.
His Excellency Engineer Naif Ali Hamad Al Abri, President of the Civil Aviation of the Sultanate of Oman, His Excellency Mr. Salvatore Sakitano, President of International Civil Aviation, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Malaysia wishes to convey our appreciation to the government of the Sultanate of Oman and the Civil Aviation of Oman for hosting the significant event of ICAO Security Week. In this context, Malaysia acknowledges the importance of this high-level minister segment as a platform to reaffirm the commitment of ICAO member states to improve aviation security and cybersecurity as outlined in ICAO Assembly Resolutions A41, 18, and 19. Aviation plays a crucial role in driving the global economy and connecting the world, facilitating international trade, tourism, and cultural exchanges. However, the current expansion of aviation sector presents significant challenges, especially in terms of aviation security and cybersecurity. We had heard and engaged in the past 2 days on dynamic discussions between panels of leading aviation security and cybersecurity experts in charting our path to a safer tomorrow. The sessions had been very informative, and the importance of aviation security is indispensable. Both the aviation security and cybersecurity are critical and need to be prioritized and appropriately resourced. In addition, recognizing aviation as a target for attacks which can undermine public confidence in air travel is one of aviation security challenges which needs greater attention from the member states. Strengthened security is always an asset. However, amidst this, it can also improve operational efficiencies within the organization, improve the relationship between airports, airlines, and aviation authorities, as well as enhance customer satisfaction. It is beyond doubt that technology and digitization bring many advantages to aviation, but also create challenges in managing cyber vulnerabilities in this complex environment. Within this context, Malaysia recognizes the rapidly evolving cyber threats in aviation systems and supports the harmonization of cybersecurity strategies to address these threats. Hence, Malaysia is actively developing a cybersecurity program for the civil aviation sector in collaboration with relevant stakeholders to enhance aviation cyber resilience. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia also emphasizes the commitment to prioritize and adequately resourced aviation security, including effective and security training for all stakeholders related to aviation. Malaysia is therefore dedicated to prioritize aviation security with comprehensive training programs for all relevant stakeholders, ensuring a secure and functional aviation network. There is a strong need to enhance cooperation between member states and other stakeholders, promote a risk-based and outcome-focused approach. Malaysia looks forward to collaborating closely with all member states and supporting the need of international cooperation in effectively addressing aviation security threats. These include preventing, combating, and eradicating acts of terrorism involving civil aviation. We also recognize the benefits of innovative aviation security technology in enhancing detection capabilities, passenger experience, and operational efficiencies. We support the implementation of ICAO Aviation Cybersecurity Strategy and its action plan to ensure a cohesive and effective approach to address cyber threats in aviation. This strategy and associated action plan are crucial to ensure a cohesive and effective approach in addressing cyber threats in aviation. In addition, Malaysia wishes to also encourage member states to support the second edition of the ICAO Global Aviation Security Plan, which serves as an invaluable framework facilitating the enhancement of aviation security and contributing to the global elevation of aviation security standards. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to share the recent development. The Civil Aviation Authority of Malaysia collaborates with various entities such as the ICAO's Cooperative Aviation Security Program Asia Pacific to develop oversight reporting resolution software to streamline aviation security oversight through real-time reporting, automated inspections, root cause analysis, and compliance tool. From the regulatory perspective, Malaysia is currently working on the identification of entities responsible for the national critical information infrastructure in the aviation industry. These entities will be declared under the newly gazetted Cybersecurity Act 2024. Among others, the Act mandates that these entities manage the infrastructure that meets its definition of NCII. In conclusion, Malaysia fully supports the draft Muscat Ministerial's declaration to strengthen efforts in addressing new and existing threats, including from insiders and cyber threats. Malaysia looks forward to collaborating closely with all member states and other stakeholders to ensure successful implementation of the Muscat Ministerial Declaration and key deliverables in 2025. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Osman, for your statement and support of the declaration. Now we'll continue with the statement from the People's Republic of China. I wish to invite to take the floor Deputy Administrator of Civil Aviation Administration of China, Captain Hu Zhenjiang.
尊敬的阿曼民航局局长纳伊夫·阿布里先生，尊敬的理事会主席夏基塔诺先生，尊敬的秘书长胡安·卡洛斯·萨拉塞尔先生，尊敬的各位部长、各位同事、女士们、先生们，很高兴在福建17航空安保50周年以及国际民航组织成立80周年之际，与各位 共同出席此次安保周部长级会议。感谢阿布里局长和阿曼政府为主办此次会议做出的周到安排和热情的接待，并为我们共商马斯卡特宣言对其进行战略性讨论和批准提供了宝贵的平台。毫无疑问，马斯卡特宣言是本次会议最重要的成果，是一个里程碑式的文件，是在芝加哥公约诞生80周年之际，再一次向全世界宣示了民航人团结一致、携手应对传统和新型挑战的决心。借此机会，我代表中国民航对 ICAO 的航空安保工作表示赞赏，对秘书处与航空安保专家组和网络安全专家组为宣言所做的卓越成效的工作表示感谢。同时，我也向各代表团的同事们表示祝贺。正是因为大家的智慧，宣言得以平衡全面地反映了各方关切，涵盖了航空安保的各个方面，包括航空网络安全和其他新出现的问题，扩大并深化了各国的共识。各位同事、各位朋友，为促进在国际民航组织大会第42届会议之前确定全球关键优先事项，我们倡议：一是要坚定不移地奉行持续加强全球航空安保的集体意志。我们呼吁以全球航空安保计划为框架，继续通过国际民航组织开展协作，呼吁国家、地区和全球各层级积极开展工作，敦促各职责方尽快交付工作成果，以逐步提升全球民航安保工作影响能力，确保运输安全。中国将积极落实全球安保计划的6大发展方向，打造先进、经济、可靠的中国航空安保体系，并向国际民航组织以及各缔约国分享我们的实践成果，诚挚邀请大家来中国参观访问。我们愿与全世界同行进一步增进交流，共同提升。二是要保持并推行强大而有效的安保文化。当今针对航空的威胁迅速变化，加强安保文化和人员能力建设十分重要。我们要塑造开放、兼容、积极向上的安保文化，加强人才培养和科技支撑，更好塑造世界民航业共同安全。三是持续改善技术资源和促进创新。创新是满足未来对航空安保和航空旅行整体期望的关键。中国民航一直致力于采用新技术，促进航空安保运行体系全要素迭代升级，不仅包括强化技术和流程整合，还包括深化对人的因素研究，优化政策和提升监管效能等。我们呼吁各国将创新作为一项共同战略，以提高效率和可持续性，应对航空安保面临的新的和不断变化的威胁。四是要改善监督和质量保障。中国历来高度重视复健时期各项标准和建议措施的落实工作。2023年 ，ICAO 对中国开展的普遍安保审计持续监测做法，通过高效全面的营审工作，中国进一步提升了对复健时期的有效执行率。我们呼吁各缔约国高度重视 ICAO 的安保审计工作，并确保在审计后 强力推进整改方案，切实提升航空安保系统能力。5是要加强合作与支持。我们呼吁各缔约国支持国际民航组织发挥关键作用，全面落实不让一个国家掉队倡议。中国民航愿意在能力建设和实施支持方面，与各缔约国一同守望相助，开展务实合作。各位同事、各位朋友，宣言的通过仅仅是开始，中国将继续支持国际民航组织发挥领导作用。我也期待与各位同事的深入交流，相信此次安保周部长级会议将为航空安保更好发展注入新的动力。中国民航愿与各国同行一道，秉持构建人类命运共同体的理念，风雨同舟，密切合作，携手共创全球民航安全可持续的美好未来。谢谢。
Thank you very much, Captain Hu, Administrator of Civil Aviation Administration of People's Republic of China. Now I wish to invite to the podium Mr. Victor Bazargin, Deputy Director Head of Federal Authority of Transport Oversight of Russian Federation. Mr. Victor Bazargin, the floor is yours.
Ваше Превосходительство, председатель Управления гражданской авиации Султаната Оман, уважаемый господин президент Совета ИКАО, уважаемый господин генеральный секретарь ИКАО, уважаемые руководители делегаций, уважаемые дамы и господа, участники конференции высокого уровня по авиационной безопасности и авиационной кибербезопасности. Сначала я хотел бы поздравить всех юбилейными датами Международной организации гражданской авиации и выразить признательность властям Султаната Оман и ИКАО за решение о проведении недели авиационной безопасности в Омане. Именно в азиатском регионе, ставшем новым центром быстрого экономического развития и самого интенсивного роста потока пассажиров и грузов. Российская Федерация активно участвовала в разработке новой редакции глобального плана по авиационной безопасности и проекта декларации по авиационной безопасности и авиационной кибербезопасности. Мы реально понимаем важность и актуальность этих международных документов, особенно в современных условиях новых угроз и рисков безопасности для гражданской авиации. Мы полностью поддерживаем реализацию и дальнейшее продвижение нового глобального плана и принятие декларации. В России уже успешно идет внедрение основных положений этих важных документов. Конечно, нужно особо отметить поддержку со стороны руководства ИКАО в части высказанного Россией несколько лет назад предложения о необходимости не только фактической, но и проактивной оценки известных и новых угроз и рисков. И мы увидели отражение этой позиции в разделе глобальной приоритетной области номер 1 глобального плана как задачу по разработке и внесению в приложение 17 превентивных мер обеспечения авиационной безопасности. Объективно, весь комплекс мероприятий по анализу рисков, разработке стандартов, разработке, производству и внедрению новых технических средств и обучению персонала занимает несколько лет. Поэтому современная подготовка к новым угрозам и рискам является чрезвычайно актуальной для успешного противостояния им в ближайшем будущем. При этом мы всегда отмечаем особую важность как универсальной программы ИКАО по проверке авиационной безопасности в государствах с учетом механизмов непрерывного мониторинга, так и важность национальных систем государственного надзора за обеспечением авиационной безопасности и кибербезопасности на уровне каждого государства. Очень хорошо, что есть общее понимание того, что при постоянно необходимом совершенствовании стандартов и руководящих документов ИКАО эффективная реализация стандартов практически невозможна без непрерывного и эффективного надзора, как со стороны ИКАО, так и со стороны государственных надзорных органов на воздушном транспорте. В основе нашего подхода лежит принцип снижения надзорной нагрузки на бизнес при условии повышения или сохранения достигнутого уровня безопасности. Базой для инноваций в сфере надзора за безопасностью в России стали новые федеральные законы о государственном и муниципальном контроле и об обязательных требованиях по безопасности, которые прямо устанавливают обязательность выполнения стандартов ИКАО по защите международной гражданской авиации от актов незаконного вмешательства. В целом, в России совершен системный переход на эффективную профилактику возможных нарушений обязательных требований безопасности на основе устанавливаемых правительством России допустимых уровней индикаторов риска. Создана единая государственная информационная система обеспечения транспортной безопасности. Определен рискоориентированный подход к системе надзора за безопасностью, основанный на индикаторах риска безопасности. Успешно продвигается непрерывный дистанционный контроль выполнения требований безопасности и с элементами искусственного интеллекта. Хорошо зарекомендовала себя и идеология, с одной стороны, клиентоцентричности, а с другой – самообследования организаций. С принятием ими публичных деклараций о соответствии требованиям безопасности, что всячески поощряет нашим надзорным органам. В России принята и действует стройная система законодательных и других нормативных актов, включая систему сертификации, направленных на кибербезопасность, наиболее чувствительных информационных и управляющих систем на транспорте. И, конечно, мы полностью поддерживаем все инициативы по обмену передовым опытом и наилучшим практикам как на площадке ИКАО, так и непосредственно между государствами. Важнейшим составляющим элементом эффективного государственного надзора является международное и региональное сотрудничество. В качестве примеров нашего сотрудничества можно отметить проведение международных форумов по авиационно-космическому сотрудничеству, ежегодное проведение в Москве международной конференции по теме взаимодействия контрольно-надзорных органов на транспорте и недавнее подписание меморандума о взаимопонимании между контрольно-надзорными органами на транспорте. Создание рабочей группы по авиационной безопасности при Совете руководителей уполномоченных органов в области транспорта государств-членов Евразийского экономического совета, а также заключение двухсторонних соглашений. Мы полагаем, что итоги недели авиационной безопасности в Султанате Оман и принятие конференции высокого уровня решений о дальнейшем продвижении новой редакции глобального плана обеспечения авиационной безопасности и одобрение проекта декларации обеспечит дальнейшее повышение уровня авиационной безопасности, авиационной кибербезопасности в гражданской авиации. Огромное спасибо за организацию этой конференции Султанату Оман. Низкий поклон. Успехов!
Thank you very much, Mr. Bazargin, for your statement on behalf of the Russia Federation. Now I wish to invite to the podium Mr. Christian Agner, Director General Federal Office of Civil Aviation of Switzerland. Mr. Agner, the floor is yours.
Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, Heads of Delegation, dear President of the ICAO Council, Salvatore Sciacchitano, dear Secretary General of ICAO, Juan Carlos Salazar, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the fruitful discussions during the last 2 days. First of all, I would like to thank the Sultanate of Oman for the hosting of the ICAO Security Week 2024. Civil aviation security is a common goal that must be pursued for the well-being of all. Conversely, threats to civil aviation can do considerable economic and social harm. It's therefore essential that we work together to combat all unlawful acts of interference. Switzerland fully supports the Muscat Declaration's concepts, which reflect the Chicago Convention and Annex 17. This declaration reminds us how important the Convention and its annexes are. It underlines how fragile and the balance of sustainable security is. Why we must commit ourselves to safe and secure civil aviation. Switzerland would like to highlight that investment of resources, communication, and an agile system flexible to rapid change are key elements of security. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hagner. Now I wish to invite to the podium Mr. David Pekoske, Administrator of Transportation Security Administration of the United States. Mr. Pekoske, the floor is yours.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. And President of the Council, I appreciate the introduction and the opportunity to speak to everyone here. Let me begin my remarks, as many others did, in thanking the Sultanate of Oman, the President of the Omani Civil Aviation Authority, for just being wonderful hosts, for creating a very enjoyable environment for all of us. And enjoyable environments generally create very productive environments. And so, sir, I really appreciate the great hospitality you and your team have shown. I think it's also important to recognize the work that's done behind the scenes, not just within our own teams as member states, but certainly members of the Council in putting this together and members of the Secretariat. So to our Secretary General, sir, thank you for the great work that your Secretariat has done to make this a productive event for all of us. For me, what I enjoy most about events that ICAO sponsors is the opportunity for person-to-person contact. And you know, I think that post-COVID-19, we got very used to doing things in a virtual world, and it has certain very nice traits to it, allows us to be very productive, but nothing replaces person-to-person contact. And so I really appreciate the opportunity to engage with many of you while we were here over the past 3 days. The pull-asides have been very, very beneficial to me and my team, and hopefully they've been beneficial to all of you as well. And it just highlights the tremendous convening authority that ICAO has. It's something that we observe and we participate in, but we don't often call out in sight. And I just would thank ICAO in general and all of my colleague member countries for the opportunity to convene here in Oman. I would start by saying that the United States strongly supports the Muscat Declaration. It's a great document. It emphasizes things that we have highlighted for a good number of years. And when I say we, I would say that the we includes all of us here in this room. I would like to highlight about 3, 4, maybe 5 things that I think are particularly critical in the Declaration. The first is something that is very important to me. I run primarily a security agency, and I am very concerned that we always say safe and secure. They are very complementary activities. One cannot survive well without the other. And so in the Declaration, there's a call out to make sure that we have security on par with safety in ICAO. And ICAO has such a rich history of 80 years in advancing global aviation safety, 50 years in advancing global aviation security. We need to continue to have that on par, very much complementary activities highlighted in everything that we talk about in ICAO functions. The other to highlight that's in the Declaration that is relatively new, but I think incredibly powerful for all of us, and that's the opportunity to look at performance of systems and the increasing levels of aviation security from a performance basis or an outcome focus. I think this is particularly useful in areas where technology is advancing rapidly, and I can tell you from our experience in the United States, we took the performance-based approach in our cybersecurity regulations to U.S. airports and air carriers. It has been incredibly successful, and I really candidly can't imagine how we would have managed that nearly as well on an activity basis. But that's not to say that there's not a place for activity-based performance standards. And I support both models. I just think in certain areas that going to a performance-based, outcome-focused approach gives us the flexibility, and I would encourage ICAO and member states to consider this in the application of SARP evaluations. SARPs are largely activity-based, but if you can establish that you perform to achieve the same outcome level, that should be something that's welcomed and encouraged. I would also highlight in the declaration, and I really appreciate the highlight that's in there, is this highlight on air cargo security. This is an area of our operations that we've been concerned about in the United States, and I'm sure amongst many of you in this room today, collectively. It's an area where public understanding of air cargo security is nowhere near at the level as passenger security is. And when I look at the threats that we face and the impact of an incident in a cargo supply chain, I get very concerned, and I want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to put that front and center to the work that we do together. In TSA, we published a roadmap in 2021 highlighting the concerns we had with air cargo security, but it wasn't just a worry document. It was a document that said, hey, we're concerned about this, but here are concrete steps we're going to take to close the vulnerabilities that are there. Air cargo security involves not just all cargo aircraft, but certainly impacts passenger aircraft. It's not just an explosive threat, it's an explosive and incendiary threat. And it's not just acts of terrorism, which has been a lot of our focus from a security perspective, but also acts of sabotage. And that second part, that acts of sabotage, is an area that concerns me greatly because it's a new dimension to the threats we face. The next area that I'd emphasize is global cooperation. We work very hard to improve existing systems together, to improve our ability to prevent acts of unlawful interference in civil aviation, but also to improve the resiliency of all of our owners and operators that operate around the globe, so that if they are attacked in some way, and that attack is even partially successful, that those systems are resilient enough to return service to the public as quickly as we can. I'm a big supporter of the capacity development efforts of ICAO, and I have had the opportunity over the past several years to visit with the ICAO regional directors that coordinate the provision of capacity development all around the globe. I would highlight their work as a really good model of bringing the collective efforts that we all bring, the collective capacity that we all bring to raising the global bar for aviation security. And lastly, with respect to global cooperation, and this relates to the work we do in cyber, it relates to the work we do in air cargo security and any kind of security dimension, is the strong partnership that we all enjoy with industry. We can't do our job if it weren't for the cooperation, the information sharing, the dedication, and the active interest on the part of our industry partners. So I would like to thank them, and that's also called out in the declaration. Final topic for me is on technology enhancement. Technology, I think, is going to be even more critical for us as we go forward. We're seeing passenger volumes across the globe at record levels. In the United States, we are more than fully recovered from the COVID-19 impacts on passenger travel. When I look at technology investments, I look at a couple of things. One is I want to make sure any technology advancement, any new piece of equipment that we put in our systems accomplishes three things at the same time, and it has to accomplish all three. One is it's much better, much more effective in security, first and foremost. Secondly, it's more efficient. It kind of goes to the increase in passenger volumes that we're going to have to confront, and technology is one way to be able to address that in a particularly effective way. And the third dimension is customer or passenger experience. And so when I look at investments for technology, more effective, more efficient, better customer experience are the three criteria that need to be met. And this is a way that we can future-proof ourselves as threats continue to evolve over time. I think in every single year that I participated in an ICAO event, we always say the threats are evolving and more challenging this year than they were the last. Technology provides us a bit of an insurance policy there, particularly if we adopt open architecture principles, which means that we can separate off hardware from software and continue to use the same hardware and rapidly make modifications to software to address those emerging threats. and importantly, share those software upgrades across the globe so that everybody has the capability and benefits from the development that went into that. So I conclude with a huge note of thanks to ICAO, to the Council, to the Secretariat, to the Sultan of Oman, and importantly to all of you. It's been a real joy to be here for the last 3 days, and I look forward to our continued work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pekoski, for your intervention, your statement. Now I wish to invite His Excellency Nonkosi Ncube, Chairperson of the Board of the Civil Aviation Authority of Zimbabwe, to take the floor. I wish to inform that I will take another intervention from the Ambassador of Algeria, and then we'll have the lunch break. So, His Excellency Ncube, the floor is yours.
Mr. President, heads of delegations, distinguished delegates, allow me, Mr. President, to ride on the protocol already established. And let me say greetings to you all. On behalf of the Republic of Zimbabwe, it is a great honor and privilege to address this high-level ministerial segment on the Muscat Declaration on Aviation Security. Allow me, Mr. President, to acknowledge our host, this Sultanate of Oman, for the warm hospitality extended to me and my delegation since our arrival in this beautiful city. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, the Republic of Zimbabwe is committed to the effective implementation of ICAO security standards and has developed a strong aviation security oversight system. We reaffirm our commitment to cooperation and collaboration with all stakeholders to address the evolving threats to aviation security with strong vigilance and resolve. We are aware of the significance of adherence to aviation security-related international instruments and have thus ratified and domesticated the majority of the key aviation security conventions. In view of the above and our unfettered commitment to the highest level of aviation security, Zimbabwe strongly supports the Muscat Declaration on Aviation Security and Aviation Cybersecurity and its major components, which include reviewing current challenges, enhancing international cooperation, adopting new policies and legislation, and also promoting innovation in aviation security. Finally, it is important that, in the spirit of no country left behind, we join forces in ensuring that all states, regardless of their capabilities and resources, are equipped to meet the aviation security and cybersecurity challenges today and of the future. So we call upon collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. Let me say safe journeys, and I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ncube. Now I wish to give the floor to Ambassador Mohamed Ali Bougazi, who is the head of delegation of Algeria. Ambassador Bougazi, the floor is yours.
شكرا السيد الرئيس. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين، السادة الوزراء، السيدات والسادة الحضور المحترمون. اسمحوا لي في البداية أن أتقدم بتقديري الخالص إلى سلطات سلطنة عمان الشقيقة لاستضافة هذا الحدث الهام، بتشكراتي الخالصة لهيئة الطيران المدني على دعوتها الكريمة، والتي ستسمح دون شك لكل بلد مشارك باستكشاف توجهات وفرص جديدة للتعاون وتبادل المعلومات في مجال أمن الطيران والحلول الممكنة في مختلف القضايا المتعلقة بهذا المجال. سيداتي سادتي الكرام، لا يفوتني أن أشيد بالجهود التي تبذلها الجزائر من أجل الارتقاء إلى المعايير الدولية وتوصيات منظمة الطيران المدني الدولي، حيث تم مؤخراً إنشاء الوكالة الوطنية للطيران المدني المكلفة بمتابعة وتنفيذ سياسة الدولة في مجال النقل الجوي، من خلال ضبط نشاط الطيران المدني ومراقبته والإشراف عليه، وكذا إعداد البرامج الوطنية لأمن الطيران المدني والسلامة الجوية وضمان تطبيقها، فضلاً عن تعزيز المنافسة الفعلية في أسواق الطيران المدني. ففيما يخص السلامة الجوية، أمن الطيران المدني ومكافحة التدخلات غير المشروعة، تلعب الوكالة دوراً بالغ الأهمية في تعزيزها من خلال السهر على التطبيق الصارم للتشريعات الوطنية على غرار البرنامج الوطني لأمن الطيران المدني، الذي يستوفي المعايير الدولية لمنظمة الطيران المدني الدولي. فضلاً عن ذلك، وبهدف تعزيز التعاون الثنائي والإقليمي والدولي في مجال تطوير خدمات النقل الجوي وتوسيع شبكة الخطوط الجوية الخارجية، تتجه سياسة الجزائر اليوم إلى الانفتاح أكثر على الدول المجاورة الإفريقية وباقي دول العالم للاستجابة الفعالة لمتطلبات سوق النقل الجوي، مما سيمكن من دفع عجلة التنمية السياحية والاقتصادية بين إفريقيا وباقي القارات، خصوصاً باعتبار موقعنا الجيوستراتيجي محطة عبور محورية للتبادلات السياحية والتجارية. سيداتي سادتي الأفاضل، وفي الأخير أود أن أشكركم مرة أخرى على استضافتنا في رحاب سلطنة عمان الشقيقة، هذا البلد المضياف وأهله الكرام، وعلى خالص امتناني وتقديري لجهودكم الصادقة الذي بذلتموها لتنظيم هذا الحدث القيم، الذي سيعطي حتما دفعا قويا لتحقيق الازدهار نحو تحقيق طيران أكثر أمانا. شكرا لكم على كرم الإصغاء. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Bughazi. And now we'll suspend for lunch break, and we'll continue after lunch break with the other delegations that have requested to intervene, starting with Brazil. We'll come back 1:45 after the lunch break, but please don't leave the room because there is an announcement.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as you take in your way to the lunch hall, Engineer Al-Abri, His Excellency is inviting the President of the Council, the Secretary General, and the heads of delegations to take a short tour of the exhibition area. So while you're making your way out, please join them to have this tour before heading to the lunch room. Thank you very much, and enjoy your lunch, please.
Thank you very much. So, meeting is adjourned. We'll continue 1:45. Thank you very much.
pensar que somos Coreia.
There will be man down before me.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed your lunch today. Thanks to our gracious host, the Sultanate of Oman. I would humbly request you to take your seat. We're going to resume our session in a few moments. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome back. And we'll continue with our proceedings in this afternoon session. Just a minor adjustment regarding the sequence of interventions given that during the lunch break we received a request of additional interventions. So we start with Angola, Azerbaijan, and then we'll continue with Brazil. So I wish to invite now to the podium Mr. Emmanuel Candengue, Board Director in charge of Security and Navigation for Angola. Mr. Candengue, the floor is yours.
President of ICAO, President of Civil Aviation of Oman, all protocol observed. I would like to first and foremost to thank Oman for having this magnificent event, and also to emphasize that Angola as a state is deeply engaged with aviation security. So we would like to encourage ICAO on pursuing this declaration as a platform to enhance aviation security in the world. We would also support all efforts of all states to ameliorate aviation security cooperation in order to deal with the emerging threats such as cybersecurity. With that, I would then show our support to the declaration, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Candengue. Now we wish to invite Mr. Ramil Mamadov, Chairman of the Board of Flight Safety Inspectorate, State of Civil Aviation Agency of Azerbaijan.
Good afternoon. His Excellency, President of ICAO Council, Mr. Salvatore Cecchitano, His Excellency, Secretary General of ICAO, Mr. Juan Carlos Salazar, His Excellency, Mr. Naif Ali Hamad Al-Abri, President of the Civil Aviation Authority of Oman, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, of course, I would like to start with my sincere gratitude and appreciation to the government of Sultanate of Oman for hosting this beautiful event and for their outstanding hospitality. It is my privilege to address this esteemed gathering on behalf of Azerbaijan at this important segment of Security Week in Muscat. As we stand united today, we reaffirm our collective responsibility to safeguard the future of global aviation, which is integral to connecting nations, fostering economic growth, and facilitating travel and trade across the world. Aviation is not just an industry. It's a lifeline for people, economies, and societies. For this reason, it must be effectively protected and made resilient against all forms of threats. As we all appreciate, the Muscat Declaration on Aviation Security and Aviation Cybersecurity sets forth our shared commitment to advancing the security and cybersecurity of civil aviation. We come together in line and in recognition that the aviation sector is critical infrastructure, essential not only for national security, but also for global prosperity and sustainable development. As we all know, the safety of our air travelers is paramount, and the risks we face today are increasingly complex. The digital age has brought new vulnerabilities to the aviation ecosystem, making cybersecurity just as crucial as physical security. We must remain vigilant and proactive as threats continue to evolve. We call upon all states, ICAO, international and regional organizations, industry stakeholders, and all parties involved to take urgent and decisive steps in intensifying our efforts to address both new and existing threats. Through collective action, we can ensure that the aviation system remains safe, secure, and resilient. Today's declaration serves as a call to action, one that requires each of us to play a vital role in building a secure and sustainable aviation future. Let us leave here today with a renewed sense of commitment to protecting the aviation sector from all forms of threats. Together, we can create a more secure, more resilient aviation system that will continue to connect the world, promote prosperity, and ensure the safety of millions of people around the globe. And of course, Azerbaijan fully supports the Muscat Declaration. In line with the spirit of this gathering, Azerbaijan would like to express its commitment to the continued advancement of aviation security and cybersecurity. On our part, we are ready, if you agree, Excellencies, to host the next AFSEC Week event in Azerbaijan, where we can further deepen our collaboration with ICAO, regional organizations, and all stakeholders. This would provide a unique opportunity to continue sharing best practices, enhancing our collective capacity, and addressing the challenges we face in a more inclusive and hands-on manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mamadov, for your statement. Thank you very much to Azerbaijan for submitting a proposal to host next Security Week in Azerbaijan. Now, I wish to give the floor to Ambassador Michel Zlanian Neto, representative of Brazil on the Council of ICAO. Ambassador Zlanian, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to start by thanking the Sultanate of Oman for the warm welcome and hospitality in beautiful Muscat. I also thank Oman and the Secretariat for organizing this Security Week. Brazil has sent a large delegation to Muscat, demonstrating the importance we place on security and cybersecurity and on ICAO's role in these areas. Our commitment to security is more than just words. A recent USAP audit in Brazil yielded very positive results, showing significant improvement since the last assessment. Security, along with safety, is a core aspect of ICAO's work and should remain a top priority, as duly reflected in our long-term strategic plan. During this week, we heard speakers highlighting the importance to take a performance-based approach to security and avoiding being too prescriptive, focusing more on outcomes and risk management. This approach must inspire our overall standard-setting processes at ICAO, including when it comes to innovation. Harmonization does not mean uniformization and must be technology agnostic. Cybersecurity is a specific area that requires ever-increasing attention. ICAO serves as a vital forum to promote cooperation and collaboration in this key area, which will enhance the resilience of our aviation sector. Furthermore, as the President of the Council stated in his opening remarks on Monday, security and facilitation go hand in hand. It's essential that ICAO focus more and more on the passenger experience, taking a comprehensive approach that encompasses such issues as security, safety, reduced airport wait times, and improved accessibility for people with disabilities. As we move forward in addressing the complex challenges facing aviation, this Security Week has stressed the need for attracting the next generation of aviation professionals and promoting policies and initiatives guided by the principles of diversity and gender balance. By doing so, ICAO will become an increasingly valuable asset to our society and be recognized as such by them as it moves beyond its 80th anniversary. We must never forget, on this journey, the critical role of cooperation and the principle of no country left behind. As reflected in the Muscat Declaration about to be adopted, the principle of no country left behind must not be a mere rhetorical device, but a core operational provision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Aslanian, representing Brazil. And now I wish to give the floor to Ambassador Florence Cormon-Vessier, representative of France on the Council of ICAO. Ambassador Cormon, the floor is yours.
Monsieur le Directeur général, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, la déclaration que nous adoptons aujourd'hui et à laquelle la France souscrit constitue une réaffirmation nécessaire par nos États du caractère essentiel et fondamental de la sûreté et de la cybersécurité de l'aviation civile dans un contexte international mouvant. Je voudrais mettre l'accent sur deux aspects du texte que nous allons adopter. Premièrement, l'importance aujourd'hui, plus que jamais, de rester vigilant face à une menace multiforme et en constante évolution. Comme cela a été souligné lors des différents panels hier, cela suppose de mettre en œuvre les normes et standards que nous avons adoptés à l'OACI, une capacité à penser hors du cadre et une adaptation permanente de nos dispositifs en partenariat avec toutes les parties prenantes, y compris l'industrie, pour être aussi près que possible, car les risques sont bien réels, comme l'actualité récente nous l'a montré dans le domaine du fret. Deuxième remarque, c'est l'importance qui doit être accordée au capital humain et donc à la formation des professionnels à ces menaces à tous les niveaux, tout comme de ne laisser aucun pays de côté, car la sûreté ne peut être assurée au niveau mondial sans l'implication de chacun de nos pays. Conformément aux objectifs fixés par la deuxième édition du plan mondial pour la sûreté de l'aviation civile, repris dans la déclaration, il importe que chaque pays puisse s'appuyer sur un dispositif robuste et des personnels formés, ce qui suppose notamment d'œuvrer pour que les formations en sûreté restent accessibles à tous les pays. Je souhaitais enfin remercier les autorités omanaises pour l'accueil qui nous a été réservé tout au long de nos travaux. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Kormonovich, for your intervention. And now I wish to give the floor to Ambassador Sergio Martes, representative of Italy on the Council of ICAO. Ambassador Martes, the floor is yours.
Authorities, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Italy has always recognized the importance of security as a central element in the complexity of civil aviation system. Without adequate security measures, every effort and every improvement would be in vain. Our country's constant commitment to participating in the most important international forums on security, both in ICAO and European context, together with continuous auditing and monitoring of our airports and national air operators, allows us to ensure the achievement and maintenance of the highest security standards, such as those required by global civil aviation. Obviously, the achievement of the highest levels of security should occur at the global level, and to achieve the results, we encourage many other states to also adopt the Muscat Declaration. In particular, we believe that the adoption of policy standards, regulations, and innovative approaches based on risk and focused on results, including the development of management systems and effective supervision, is necessary to guide the coordinated development of sustainable measures for aviation safety and cybersecurity. Italy, therefore, shares the Muscat Declaration and supports the commitment of other member states to use it as a guiding pledge. Last but not least, let me thank so much, really, our host, Oman, and the ICAO Secretariat for the hard work that they've done during these days. Thanks a lot once again.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Martes. Now I wish to give the floor to Morocco. Mr. Radaf, Head of Airport Operations Department. Radaf, the floor is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. السلام عليكم أيها الحضور الكريم. Mr. Salvadori Siachani, President of the Council of ICAO, Mr. Secretary General Juan Carlos Salazar, His Excellency Engineer Naif Ali Hamad Al-Abri, President of the Civil Aviation Authority of Oman, Ms. Director of the Air Navigation Bureau of ICAO, Excellencies, General Directorate of CIA, distinguished Head of Delegations, dear speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure, as the head of the delegation of the Kingdom of Morocco, to be part of this distinguished ceremonial event. On behalf of the Moroccan Civil Aviation Authority, I would like to express our continued commitment to enhance and contributing to enhance aviation security at a national, regional, and international level. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to ICAO for organizing such a global event, which provides states the opportunity to stay connected, united, in the common goal of improving civil aviation in general and in particular civil aviation security. I also thank ICAO for the ongoing efforts to ensure that no country is left behind in order to ensure a safer, a secure global aviation network. Of course, my sincere thanks to the Sultanate of Oman for this exceptional and outstanding hosting of this event, for the hospitality, the professionalism, and dedication that made this gathering truly memorable. Thank you. In conclusion, through my speech today, I would to reaffirm the Kingdom of Morocco full support of the Muscat Declaration and its principles. We are committed to contributing to its implementation and to the continued advance of the global aviation security with regards of these emerging threats. And I would like to highlight the very important coordination that we should have between aviation security specialists, aviation safety specialists, and also civilian and military. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Radaf. Now I wish to give the floor to Mr. Peter Amasa, General Manager, Aviation Security Training and Certification Department of Nigeria. Mr. Amasa, the floor is yours. If present, yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Your Excellency, President of the ICAO Council, Your Excellency, the ICAO Secretary General, Your Excellency, the President of the Civil Aviation Authority, Oman, Your Excellency, Honorable Ministers in attendance, the Director General of Civil Aviation in attendance, distinguished head of delegation, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Nigerian delegation, I want to appreciate the government of Oman for the warm reception and hospitality accorded to us since arrival in this beautiful country. We say thank you very much. It is my great pleasure to present this speech on behalf of Nigeria at this special event marking the 2024 ICAO Security Week in Muscat, Oman. First, I would like to commend the organizer, the ICAO, for focusing on a very important theme in aviation operations, that is aviation security and cyber security. This event could not have come at a better time, given the security challenges the aviation industry is facing globally. Aviation industry has remained one of the most attractive targets to terrorist groups, and as a result, the development of a security culture is an essential component of a protective security regime in the aviation industry. It is good to note that effective measures in aviation and cybersecurity are critical for the sustainable development of air transport, and they need to be prioritized and appropriately resourced. The importance of this Muscat Declaration cannot be overemphasized. Nigeria recognizes that the air transport industry connects the world and plays a critical role in the global economy. Hence, the need to continuously address new and existing threats, including those from the insider and non-traditional threats. As we all know, cyber threats to civil aviation are rapidly and continuously evolving, and these threats affect civil aviation domain, especially with the accelerated increased digitalization in this interconnected sector of civil aviation. Nigeria is therefore committed to joining any strengthened effort in addressing new and existing threats, including from insider and cyber threat. Furthermore, Nigeria wishes to urge every member state to treat aviation security and cyber security with the same high priority and necessary support as other sectors in civil aviation, and to ensure qualified and competent professionals are available to regulate, operate, maintain, and oversee the effective implementation of aviation security and cyber security. In line with the Muscat declarations, Nigeria urged ICAO to share information with member states on a timely basis to help states conduct risk assessment on threats to civil aviation, to prevent and mitigate those threats and maintain a resilient aviation ecosystem which can respond to and recover from incidents impacting civil aviation. Also, ICAO should strengthen cooperation in the development of harmonized and comprehensive aviation security and cybersecurity guidance material so as to ensure that security measures are effective and at the same time facilitate the flow of passengers and cargo. In conclusion, Nigeria wishes to affirm its support for Muscat Declaration, and also Nigeria wishes to encourage states to commit to the use of this Muscat Declaration as a guidance principle. As I end this speech, let me once again thank ICAO for this initiative aimed at uniting ministers and senior representatives of civil aviation industry to underscore the crucial role of aviation in connecting people and countries and enabling social and economic development through travel, trade, and tourism. I thank you all.
Thank you very much to Nigeria for this statement. And now I wish to give the floor to Mr. Mateusz Baskowski, Deputy Director of Civil Aviation Authority of Poland.
Dear President of ICAO, dear President of ICAO Council, dear Excellencies, distinguished guests, I would like to start with expressing sincere gratitude to the Sultanate of Oman for hosting us in this beautiful country. Thank you very much for your hospitality. Thank you, ICAO, for organizing this fruitful event. Ladies and gentlemen, the Republic of Poland fully supports Muscat Declaration. Currently, we are facing new threats in aviation, not only in passenger planes, but also in all cargo flights. This latest threat keeps us busy and concerned for the last few months. We are especially concerned because this threat is not only from improvised explosive devices, where we have already mitigation measures deployed, but also from a new threat, which is improvised incendiary device. From our point of view, now we are facing different types of threats, not only acts of terrorism, but also acts of sabotage. And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, the Muscat Declaration and international cooperation is so important. As we all can see, aviation security is crucial not only for sustainable, but also for safe aviation growth. And that's why Poland fully supports Muscat Declaration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boskowski. Now I wish to invite Mr. Bernard Lim, Senior Director, International Relations and Security within the Ministry of Transport of Singapore.
Good afternoon, President of the Civil Aviation Authority of Oman, President of the Council of the ICAO, Secretary General of the ICAO, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, friends, all protocols observed. First of all, on behalf of the delegation of Singapore, I thank the Sultanate of Oman for the immense hospitality and also to the ICAO for making this event here in the beautiful city of Muscat a success. Today, we also take the opportunity to congratulate and celebrate 80th year of the Chicago Convention and 50 years of Annex 17 on security. Singapore strongly supports the Muscat Declaration on Aviation Security and Aviation Cybersecurity, which is very timely. Through this declaration, we, the ICAO, member states, industry, and stakeholders, reaffirm the critical importance of aviation security and aviation cybersecurity. These are the key pillars of the air transport system, and they also support safety, facilitation, and the development of the global aviation sector, and in turn, the wider global economy, leaving no country behind. The speakers before me have already elaborated on the many points and importance of aviation security and aviation cybersecurity, which I support. As we take forward the principles and actions that are reflected in the Muscat Declaration, let us also remember to remain vigilant and guard against a very important challenge that can destroy our commitment and efforts. That challenge is complacency. These include being complacent in our awareness and support, as well as decisions taken for security and to effectively keep them up. Complacency has no place in security. Finally, security is everyone's responsibility. It is therefore crucial that we maintain a positive security culture and that every one of us do our part to make the appropriate choices and decisions to undertake effective actions on aviation security and cybersecurity. These include fostering greater cooperation among all stakeholders to ensure that aviation security and aviation cybersecurity are given their rightful priority and support, including policies, measures, and development of human resources and training. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, please accept my congratulations today on the Muscat Declaration. Thank you.
We thank you very much, Mr. Bernard for Singapore for his statement. And now I wish to invite Mr. Chris Selim, Deputy Director of Aviation Security Strategy and Policy of the United Kingdom, to take the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to extend my thanks to the Sultanate of Oman for their warm hospitality and the excellent arrangements of this week. I also thank the leadership of ICAO and the Secretariat team for their commitment to making this event such a success. It has been excellent to hear from so many fantastic speakers and to meet colleagues from right across the world. As the Muscat Declaration makes clear, the sustainable growth of our sector depends on all of us continuing to commit to safeguarding civil aviation and all that work entails. The United Kingdom strongly supports this goal and the declaration. As others have already said, particularly the representatives from Australia, Canada, the United States, and Poland, the challenges we face continue to evolve, and in response, we must all remain as focused and determined as ever on protecting civil aviation in an outcome-based way. Prioritization will be essential in that effort. We must work together so that the resources we have are used to their full potential in what is an increasingly complex environment. I commend the work of the ABSEC panel and its chair in this area. In that spirit, the United Kingdom remains committed to raising security capability in partnership with all states so that no one is left behind. In its 50 years, Annex 17 has achieved an incredible amount. The success of the next 50 will depend upon our shared commitment to aviation security remaining strong. Today's declaration therefore comes at a crucial moment, and the United Kingdom is pleased to endorse it. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the United Kingdom. Now I wish to invite Mr. Burhan Majaliwa, United Republic of Tanzania, the Chief Aviation Security.
The President of ICAO Council, ICAO Secretary General, honorable ministers present, distinguished delegates, protocol is observed. It is an honor for me to stand before you today as a representative of the United Republic of Tanzania during this crucial event, the ICAO Security Week and the adoption of Muscat Declaration on Aviation Security and Aviation Cyber Security. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the International Civil Aviation Organization for convening this important gathering, which highlights the crucial importance of ensuring the security of our global aviation system. Our appreciation also goes to the Sultanate of Oman for hosting this significant occasion and for their leadership in fostering international cooperation on matters of aviation security. Aviation security is a pillar of global connectivity and economic development, not only for facilitating the movement of people and goods, but also play a crucial role in improving trade, tourism, and cultural exchange across nations. However, with the growing importance of aviation, we must recognize that security of our skies is paramount. Threats to aviation, both physical and cyber, have become increasingly sophisticated, and it is imperative that we collectively reinforce the resilience of our air transport system. As a member of ICAO, the United Republic of Tanzania remains deeply committed to the principles outlined in the Convention on International Civil Aviation and to the work of organization in advancing the global security agenda. We recognize that the challenges we face in aviation security are not confined to anyone, but they are global in nature and they require unified response. On aviation security, the United Republic of Tanzania acknowledges the importance of strengthening aviation security measures, and in that we have made substantial progress in enhancing security at our airports, improving regulatory framework, and ensuring our aviation workforce is well trained and prepared to address emerging security challenges. However, we understand that we cannot work in isolation. Regional cooperation is vital, and the Muscat Declaration offers a valuable framework to all of us. Tanzania also is committed to upholding the security standards in our aviation sector. Our engagement in regional and international partnership allow us to foster greater coordination and collaboration on aviation security matters. We also remain dedicated to working closely with ICAO and the other international partners to enhance the security of civil aviation and protect from emerging threats. On cybersecurity, in addition to the traditional physical security concerns, the rise of digital technology has introduced a new, equally serious challenge to the aviation sector, cybersecurity. The increasing resilience on the interconnected system in aviation operation makes the industry vulnerable to cyber attacks, which can have devastating consequences on both national and global levels. The United Republic of Tanzania recognized the need to proactive steps in safeguarding our aviation infrastructure from cyber threat. We are committed to strengthening our cybersecurity capabilities, improving risk management strategies, and ensure that our aviation system networks are secure from any form of malicious cyber activity. We also believe that international collaboration is key in tackling these complex cybersecurity challenges. It is through the sharing of information, expertise, and resources that we can collectively build a robust defense against cyber threats. The Muscat Declaration is a critical step in these directions, and Tanzania is fully support its call for the development of a comprehensive cybersecurity framework to protect the aviation sector. Conclusively, the United Republic of Tanzania firmly believes that the security of our skies is a shared responsibility, one transcends borders. The Muscat Declaration on Aviation Security and Aviation Cybersecurity provides an important opportunity for all of us to reaffirm our commitment to safer and more secure aviation environment. We stand ready to work with all of you, governments, international organizations, industry stakeholders, and other partners to ensure the continued growth, safety, and the resilience of the global aviation system. As we adopt this declaration, let us reaffirm our collective determination to address current and future security and cybersecurity challenges with urgent cooperation and innovation required to ensure the continued safety and security of our aviation system for generations to come. Thank you, Your Excellencies.
Thank you very much, Tanzania, for your statement. And now, last intervention is given to the European Commission, Ms. Mona Björklund, Director of Policy Coordination.
Thank you. Excellencies, President, Secretary General, Ministers, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the European Commission, I would also like to sincerely thank the Sultanate of Oman for having so generously hosted us this week and has allowed really for great possibilities to come together to discuss aviation security matters. I would also, of course, like to thank the ICAO leadership and all the organizers and participants for coming here in person, really, to make this event so successful. As has already been said, a lot has been done over the past 50 years of Annex 17, and we can collectively be proud of the significant progress that has been made in aviation security. But it has also been said that we should not and cannot be satisfied. As we all know, and as has been said, aviation continues to be one of the preferred targets of terrorism. And what we're seeing is also that the threats and the challenges of aviation security are evolving. Ongoing and recent geopolitical developments also continue, of course, to have a profound impact on the overall threat and risk picture. And today, more than ever, we cannot, therefore, afford complacency. So we need to be one step ahead, we need to anticipate, and we need to act both on current and future challenges. An example that has already been mentioned here today, we have seen recent air cargo incidents with clear attempts to put the global supply chains at risk by malicious actors that go beyond traditional terrorist groups pursuing acts of sabotage. And this is really an area where we need to come together to find a collective understanding of the evolving threat, and we need to come together to find a global response and commitment by all contracting states as well as operators. Ladies and gentlemen, the Muscat Declaration provides a very good foundation for doing so, and I would like to really congratulate you for an excellent and well-balanced draft that will take us forward in our efforts. We see that this declaration will provide an important frame as we go forward in putting all these commitments into practice, and will allow us to take forward our joint ICAO collaboration to also in the future safeguard civil aviation for passengers and importantly also for cargo against security threats. I'm happy and I can truly assure you that ICAO and the international aviation community will always be able to count on the European Union and the European Commission as a partner in this endeavor. We will continue to actively cooperate with ICAO and its member states to foster effective implementation of aviation security standards. We will also continue to support ICAO states via the CASE capacity building program. So I think it's equally important here that states not only support each other, of course, in the implementation of our commitments, but also ICAO's efforts. And in doing so, there is, of course, a need also to collaborate in providing the necessary expertise, but also resources to ICAO to be able to pursue this aviation security agenda in a successful manner. Let us always, again, just to finish off, remember that security is truly core to global aviation, and it's really a fundamental prerequisite to be able to reap the economic and societal benefits of civil aviation. So from our perspective, we also look very much forward to continued collaboration and support, truly inspired with what we have achieved during this week and here today with the adoption of the Muscat Declaration. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Björklund, from the European Commission for your statement. Well, distinguished ministers, deputy ministers, head of delegations, we have heard from your statements only supportive words to the declaration. And not having seen any other head of delegation have objected. Some have not taken the floor, but I take their silence as support to the declaration. I believe that I can conclude that the Ministerial Declaration on Civil Aviation Security and Aviation Cybersecurity, in the version that is appended on the website, identified as Revision 2 of 11 December 2024, is adopted. Congratulations to all of you. I wish just to remind that a declaration collectively commit ourselves individually in a certain number of actions. I recommend to review very carefully. There are so many actions that must be undertaken individually on the basis of this declaration just adopted. Now, with this, we conclude the ministerial segment of the Aviation Week, and we are approaching the end of the 2024 ICAO Aviation Week, Security Week. And I wish to ask the President of the Civil Aviation Authority of Oman, Engineer Alabri, to address this. Yes, please.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. اسمحوا لي أن أتحدث باللغة الإنجليزية حتى تصل الرسالة للجميع. Good afternoon, everyone. It gives me a privilege and an honor to stand once again in front of you. As much as it's a saddened moment to close this event, as it's been 3 days eventful and fruitful, and it's very much crowned by the adoption of the Muscat Declaration, which we are proud of, not for the name, we are proud of the intended contribution to the global arena. And that was our objective from day one when we had the first discussion with ICAO almost 2 years ago now. This event has started with a vision. It has started with an intent that the Sultanate of Oman plays a vital role in the contribution to ICAO and its member states. And I am very much honored of the trust that we were given by the leadership of ICAO to reach to this stage. Thank you. With that vision came work. And the work started from January 2024. It is an 11 months relentless work of a joint effort between Oman and the ICAO team. And I think really they deserve a very warm applause to acknowledge their efforts. Thank you very much. The success of this event can be summarized in numbers. And I think these numbers really is your valuable contribution. When it comes to the participant, we have approached 800 participants to this event, which really gives the value of the adoption of the declaration, with 77 states, member states, attending, with almost 40 ministers, DGs, and presidents of civil aviation. Again, it gives the weight of the contribution and the commitment. 12 organizations have participated in this event, whether it's in the exhibitors or in the participation on the sessions. More than 16 sessions has been conducted in the last 2 days. And a very passionate youth session that we had yesterday, which re-energized our youth with 87 young talents that have observed the beauty of the aviation sector. We have focused on inclusiveness from day one and a target, and accordingly providing the 6 accredited languages of ICAO and the UN was also something that we believed is important to be delivered by this. When it comes to the organizers, we had more than 80 individuals from the CEA dedicating their time to work for this event. When it comes to the number of companies that have prepared and organization of this event, more than 17 organizations have worked behind the scenes to ensure this event is success, with almost 400 people working relentlessly, 20 exhibitors, and I must say we had even a longer list, but we were really limited for space. And this really shows the interest and the reputation that ICAO has built as well, not just Oman. The sponsors, which we are definitely very much appreciative of. And the list goes on and on. But I think the message is, if we have a vision, if we have the will to cooperate, to contribute, successes like this get achieved. And I really encourage you, with the remaining time here in Oman, to have a time off before you travel, to explore the beauty of Oman. And therefore, I think there's some touristic and cultural day tomorrow, and any other day that you wish to do so. So please do join so. Once again, I wish you safe travels home, and rest assured that we will do everything to ensure that it's a seamless journey back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, President Balabri. And now the Secretary General will present the closing remarks of the 2024 Security Week.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, President of the Oman Civil Aviation Authority, our host, the Director of the Air Transport Bureau and the Air Navigation Bureau, Excellencies, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Directors of Civil Aviation, Head of Delegations, members of the Council, colleagues all. Over the past few years, your delegations have focused on topics of critical importance for all of us, for policymakers, for civil aviation regulators, for the industry, and ultimately, of course, for the traveling public. You have shared your expertise and experience with remarkable enthusiasm. I trust that you will leave Oman energized and committed to our shared goal, making aviation security sustainable for the future. Your presence here today at this ministerial segment sends a powerful message to the world about the commitment to a secure and sustainable global aviation system, as well as to your understanding that there can be no growth and sustainability without security as well. By endorsing the Muscat Declaration, you have ensured that this meeting will be seen as a significant milestone in our journey. It is an exceptional achievement given our commemorations of the 50th anniversary of Annex 17, together with the 80th anniversary of the Chicago Convention. Together, also, you have reaffirmed your dedication to safeguarding our skies, and we can all take pride in what we have achieved here. The participation of 77 delegations with ministers, deputy ministers, directors of civil aviation, and heads of delegations speaks volumes about our shared commitment to aviation security at the highest levels. Our message to the world is clear. ICAO, its member states, industry and partners are addressing aviation security threats with determination, with ambition, and with a unity of purpose. The Muscat Declaration and this week's productive discussions reflect the power of international cooperation, which is something increasingly precious in today's volatile world. This speaks to the importance of ICAO's core mission, bringing people together, fostering connections, and ultimately preventing acts of unlawful interference within civil aviation. As we look ahead to the next 50 years of Annex 17, ICAO must remain agile and forward-thinking in shaping global aviation security, and rest assured that ICAO is transforming to precisely deliver on that. And to this end, next September, at the 42nd session of the ICAO Assembly in 2025, the ICAO Council will present proposals to reinforce ICAO's policy direction and to ensure that aviation security and cybersecurity remains the rightful place as top priorities for the civil aviation sector. I want to thank everyone who contributed to our discussions and to express our gratitude to our hosts, to the sponsors that have created such a wonderful opportunity for us to connect, and especially to my colleagues at ICAO that have been tirelessly working in order to prepare this event, and to the Council of ICAO, who has also treading very carefully in order to prepare this declaration. I look forward to continuing these connections tomorrow at the Cultural Day that His Excellency has just invited us to participate. And thank you for your valuable time to this crucial mission. I wish you safe travels back home, and more importantly, happy end of year and blessed celebrations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. I wish to thank the President of the Council for chairing this session, thank the Secretary General for his concluding remarks, and thank Engineer Naif for his support, his contribution, his personal contribution to the success of this event, and my colleague Michelle Merkel. Now I leave my role to the awesome Master of Ceremony, which is doing it professionally, and over to you, Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed Rahma, for guiding this important discussion throughout the day. And thank you to all our panelists for your efforts today. Thank you for joining us. Let's give them a round of applause. I also want to thank His Excellency Engineer Naif Al-Abri and Mr. Juan Carlos for your insightful closing remarks. This panel's leadership has been instrumental in guiding us through this pivotal conference, so thank you. I would kindly like to ask that His Excellency Engineer Naif Al-Abri to remain on stage. I'd kindly like to ask that His Excellency Engineer Naif Al-Abri to please remain on stage so that we can honor the sponsors and partners. As we conclude this significant conference, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to those whose support has been instrumental in its success. We would now like to honor our esteemed partners and sponsors, beginning with the strategic sponsor, the Ministry of Heritage and Tourism. Can we have a representative from the Ministry of Heritage and Tourism up on stage to receive a token of appreciation from His Excellency, please? We would also like to honor our gold sponsor, beginning with Nactec Company Limited. Followed by Secure Report. We would also like to honor our gold sponsor, Secure Report. Unfortunately, a delegate from Security Report can't join us, but let's give them a round of applause for supporting this conference. Next, we would like to honor the silver sponsor, Anqa Space and Technology LLC. We would also like to honor our bronze sponsor, Salam Air. Additionally, we would also like to formally acknowledge the invaluable contributions of Royal Oman Police. May we have a representative from the Royal Oman Police? We would also like to acknowledge the invaluable contribution of Oman Airports. Are there any delegates in the hall from Oman Airport? Let's acknowledge their contribution anyway, so let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, Oman Airports. We would also like to honor Apollo Hospital for their contributions to this conference. May we have a representative from Apollo Hospital? Let's show our appreciation for Apollo Hospital. Thank you for your contribution to this conference. May we have a representative from Badr Al Sama Hospital who we would like to honor next? Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to a representative from Oman Airports whom we're honoring. Next, we would formally like to acknowledge the contributions of Lemha team. We would now like to honor a representative from Badr Al Sama Hospital. Thank you for your contribution to this conference. Additionally, we would like to honor the AV Chat podcast. And last but not least, we would also like to acknowledge the efforts of Aviation Oman platform. All right, thank you, Your Excellency, for joining us on stage to honor the sponsors and participants. May we ask everyone who was honored to please join us on stage for a group photo. Apologies, I had misunderstood. We would like all the participants to try to fit into a group photo. So if you can all come on stage and at the front of the stage for a group photo for the ICAO Sec Week 2024. So let's all try to fit into this photo. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Before we conclude, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the interpreters and the technicians, as well as the panelists, moderators, attendees, and anyone who contributed, who has enriched our discussion with their expertise and dedication. Your collective efforts have been vital in shaping the outcomes of this conference. The adoption of the Muscat Declaration marks a significant milestone in our shared commitment to enhancing aviation security. This achievement reflects the collaborative spirit and unwavering dedication of each participant. Thank you all for joining us, and we hope to see you tomorrow during the tour. Thank you.
A family photo, a group photo with the council members of ICAO.